In the final decades of the 13th century, the landscape of Anatolia was one of quiet but profound transformation. The great powers that had defined the region for generations were weakening, and in the spaces they left behind, new forces were beginning to take shape. To understand how a small frontier principality in northwestern Anatolia eventually grew into one of the most powerful empires the world had known, it is necessary to begin with the circumstances that made that growth possible. For roughly a century and a half, the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum had served as the dominant Muslim political authority in Anatolia. The Seljuks had established their capital at Konya, in the central Anatolian plateau, and at their height, they controlled much of the peninsula. They were a Turkic dynasty, descendants of the same broader Seljuk confederation that had swept into the Middle East from Central Asia in the 11th century. The Sultanate of Rum, the name derived from the Arabic word for Rome, a reference to the formerly Roman and Byzantine territories they occupied, had carved out a reasonably stable and prosperous state. Its cities, particularly Konya and Shivas, supported scholarship, architecture, and commerce. Sufi orders flourished there, and the famous mystical poet Rumi spent much of his life in Konya under Seljuk patronage. But by the latter half of the 13th century, the Sultanate of Rum was no longer what it had been. The Mongol invasion of the previous decades had fundamentally altered the political balance of the region. In 1243, at the Battle of Kozdag, a Mongol army under a general named Beju defeated the Seljuk forces decisively. The Seljuk Sultan escaped the field, but the outcome was irreversible. The Sultanate of Rum did not immediately collapse, but it became a vassal state under Mongol suzerainty. Seljuk sultans continued to reign, but they did so under the authority of the Ilkhanate, the Mongol successor state based in Persia that controlled much of the Middle East and Central Asia. The effects of this subordination were gradual but cumulative. Real power increasingly rested with Mongol governors and administrators rather than with the Seljuk court. As the decades passed, the Seljuk sultans became figures of diminishing authority, sometimes disputed, sometimes manipulated, sometimes simply ignored. Factionalism within the Seljuk court worsened the situation. By the 1280s and 1290s, the Sultanate was visibly disintegrating. Different claimants competed for the throne, and the Mongol overlords frequently intervened to support one side or another, further eroding whatever coherence remained. Into this deteriorating environment came a new wave of migrants from the east. The Mongol conquests had displaced enormous populations across Central Asia and the Eastern Islamic world. Turkic tribal groups who had been pushed westward by Mongol pressure found themselves in Anatolia, seeking land, pasture, and opportunity. Some of these groups were absorbed into existing structures, but others settled in the frontier zones at the edges of Seljuk-controlled territory, in the borderlands between the collapsing Seljuk state and the remnants of the Byzantine Empire to the west and north. These frontier zones, known in the sources as you see, a Turkish word for border or edge, became the environment in which a new kind of political organization emerged. Local commanders and tribal leaders established what historians call beyliks, principalities or lordships that operated with considerable independence in areas where Seljuk authority had effectively ceased to function. The beylik was not a formal institution with a precise legal definition. It was, more practically, whatever a capable leader could hold together through military force, patronage, religious legitimacy, and the loyalty of his followers. By the end of the 13th century, a number of these beyliks had formed across western and central Anatolia, each claiming a piece of the territory that the Seljuks could no longer govern. Among these was a particularly small and modestly positioned principality in northwestern Anatolia, in the region near the town of Sagat, not far from the Byzantine frontier. This was the holding of a leader named Osman, and it is from his name that the Ottoman dynasty, in Turkish, Osmanli, would take its designation. What can be said with confidence about Osman is limited. He is one of those figures whose actual biography has been so thoroughly overlaid by later legend and retrospective glorification that separating the historical individual from the constructed founder-hero is a challenge historians continue to grapple with. The earliest Ottoman chronicles were written long after his death, and they contain stories and claims that are clearly legendary in character. Later Ottoman historical tradition portrayed Osman as a divinely favored leader whose rise was foretold in dreams and sanctioned by religious authority. These accounts tell of a famous dream, in which Osman saw a great tree growing from his chest and spreading its shade across mountains and seas, an image interpreted as prophecy of the empire that would follow. Whether this story has any basis in something Osman actually experienced or whether it was a later literary invention to legitimate the dynasty cannot be determined with certainty. What does seem clear from the sources, taken together, is that Osman was the son of a man named Ertugrul, who had led a group of Turkic followers in the northwestern Anatolian frontier zone during the mid-13th century. Ertugrul's group had established itself near Sagat and, according to tradition, had received a small territory there as a reward for military service to the Seljuks. When Osman took over leadership of this group, the date is uncertain, but likely sometime in the 1280s, he inherited a modest but strategically positioned base. The position mattered because of what lay to the west. The Byzantine Empire, which had once controlled most of Anatolia, had been pushed back progressively over the preceding 2 centuries. By the late 13th century, Byzantine territory in Anatolia was limited largely to the northwestern corner of the peninsula, the area around Bithynia, including the cities of Nicaea, Bursa, and Nicomedia, along with the coast and the approaches to Constantinople. These Byzantine territories were still defended and still functioning, but they were weakened by the broader difficulties of the Byzantine state, which had been significantly reduced in power and resources since the catastrophic events of the Fourth Crusade in 1204, when Western Crusaders had sacked Constantinople and established a Latin Empire in its place. Although the Byzantines had restored their control of Constantinople in 1261 under Michael VIII Palaiologos, the empire they reclaimed was a diminished one. It controlled far less territory than before, its treasury was strained, and its military capacity was substantially lower than it had been in earlier centuries. This was the environment into which Osman began to expand. He was a frontier leader operating in a zone where Byzantine administration was thinning and Seljuk authority had ceased to matter. His followers were warriors, ghazis, as the sources call them, fighters engaged in raids and campaigns against non-Muslim populations on the frontier, and the direction of expansion was naturally toward Byzantine territory. This expansion was not, in the beginning, a matter of grand imperial strategy. It was the opportunistic growth of a frontier band pressing into available space. The early expansion under Osman was largely in the form of raids, seizures of villages and agricultural land, and the gradual acquisition of territory as Byzantine administrators found themselves unable to respond effectively. A notable early confrontation was the Battle of Bapheus in 1302, generally considered one of the first clearly documented Ottoman military victories against a Byzantine force. A Byzantine army attempting to relieve pressure on the town of Nicomedia encountered Osman's forces and was defeated. The battle was significant not because of its scale, which was relatively modest, but because of what it demonstrated, that the Byzantines could not easily suppress this frontier principality, and that Osman's followers were capable of standing against imperial troops in the field. The years that followed saw continued pressure on Byzantine settlements in Bithynia. Villages were raided, farmland was seized, and the rural population increasingly fled toward the protected walls of the larger towns or across the water toward Constantinople and Thrace. The process was gradual, and Osman did not achieve the capture of any of the major Byzantine cities in his own lifetime. Bursa, Nicaea, and Nicomedia remained behind their walls, and Osman's forces, without significant siege equipment, could isolate them but not immediately take them. While expanding militarily, Osman also established the basic political structures of his principality. He maintained relationships with other Beylik leaders in the region, sometimes through alliance, sometimes through conflict. He reportedly cultivated ties with the local Sufi establishment, particularly with a dervish teacher named Idbali, whose daughter he is said to have married, though the precise relationship and its timing are uncertain. The connection to Sufi religious networks was important because it helped legitimate his rule in religious terms and brought in followers who understood his enterprise not merely as tribal raiding, but as religiously sanctioned frontier warfare. Osman died around 1323 or 1324, though some sources give slightly different dates. He had not achieved the conquest of the great Byzantine cities, but he had established a principality that was growing steadily, attracting followers and settlers and pressing the Byzantines back. He had also established, perhaps most importantly, the principle that leadership would pass within his family, a dynastic principle that would prove durable even through later crises that threatened to destroy it. His son Orhan inherited the leadership of the principality at a moment when its momentum was already building. Orhan's reign, which lasted from roughly the 1320s to 1362, marked the transition from a frontier band to something that can more reasonably be called a state. The first and most significant event of his rule was the capture of Bursa. Bursa had been under pressure for years before Orhan became leader. The city was wealthy, well-defended, and served as a significant commercial center, but it had been effectively isolated from the rest of Byzantine territory as Osman's forces controlled the surrounding countryside. Unable to receive regular relief or resupply, Bursa surrendered in 1326, shortly after Orhan came to power. The date marks a major threshold in Ottoman history. Bursa was not a small village or a minor outpost. It was a city of genuine importance, with substantial infrastructure, a sizable population, and the physical apparatus of urban governance: walls, mosques, markets, bathhouses, and administrative buildings. Orhan made Bursa his capital, and the city would remain the Ottoman center of gravity for several decades. The decision to establish a capital in a real city, rather than maintaining the mobile and fluid character of a frontier principality, signaled a shift in the nature of the Ottoman enterprise. Cities require administration. They require tax collection, judicial structures, management of markets, regulation of crafts and trade, and mechanisms for handling disputes among a mixed population. By taking Bursa and making it a seat of government, Orhan and his advisors began constructing the institutions that a growing state required. The capture of Nicaea followed in 1331. Nicaea, the city where an ecumenical council had formulated the Nicene Creed in 325, and where the Byzantine government in exile had resided during the Latin occupation of Constantinople, fell to Orhan after a period of isolation similar to that which had preceded the fall of Bursa. Nicomedia followed in 1337. With these conquests, the entire Bithynian heartland passed into Ottoman control, and the western edge of Anatolia was now largely Ottoman territory. Orhan did not merely expand militarily. He also began developing the instruments of governance and military organization that would become characteristic of the Ottoman state. The Ottoman army in Orhan's time was evolving beyond the tribal cavalry forces that had characterized the early frontier period. While mounted warriors remained important, Orhan began organizing more structured military units. Chronicles describe the creation of paid infantry forces, soldiers who received wages rather than fighting solely for plunder. These were the early precursors of institutions that would be elaborated by later Ottoman rulers. Tax and administrative systems also began to take shape under Orhan. The Ottoman state developed practices for assessing and collecting taxes on land and agriculture, and began producing documents, deeds, grants, legal records, that formalized the relationship between the government and the population it governed. The early Ottoman chancery, modest as it was in this period, began establishing the bureaucratic habits that would eventually grow into a sophisticated administrative apparatus. Relations with the Byzantines in this period were not purely hostile. Orhan maintained contact with the Byzantine court, and in the 1340s he became entangled in Byzantine dynastic politics in a way that would have lasting consequences. The Byzantine Empire in this period was consumed by a civil war between two rival claimants to the throne, John VI Kantakizinos and the regents representing the young John V Palaiologos. Kantakizinos, seeking military support, turned to Orhan, and the two men reached an agreement that included Orhan's marriage to Kantakizinos' daughter Theodora. This alliance provided Kantakizinos with Ottoman troops that helped him prevail in the civil conflict. It also marked a new kind of relationship between the Ottomans and the Byzantines, not merely that of raiding frontier lord and weakened empire, but of political ally and partner, even as Ottoman expansion continued to press Byzantine territory. The alliance with Kantakizinos had another consequence of enormous long-term importance. In 1354, Ottoman forces crossed into Europe for the first time in a significant and permanent way. The crossing point was Gallipoli, the peninsula that separates the Dardanelles from the Aegean coast of Thrace. An earthquake in the area had damaged the walls of the town of Tsimp, and Ottoman forces under Orhan's son Suleiman moved to occupy the position. Canagazinos, whatever his private feelings about the development, was in no position to expel them. Ottoman soldiers had now established a foothold on European soil, and they would not withdraw. The significance of Gallipoli cannot be overstated. It provided a crossing point between Anatolia and Europe that the Ottomans could control, and it opened the Thracian plain to Ottoman raiding and settlement. Within a short period, Ottoman forces were moving into Thrace, raiding and then settling in villages and towns whose populations had fled or been displaced. The process followed a by now familiar pattern: raids, isolation of larger centers, gradual encirclement, and eventual submission. Adrianople, known in Turkish as Edirne, a major city on the Thracian plain, fell to Ottoman forces sometime in the early 1360s. Its capture gave the Ottomans one of the most important cities in the Balkans, a city that would soon replace Bursa as the Ottoman capital. Orhan died around 1362, and leadership passed to his son Murad. The reign of Murad I extended until 1389, and it represented a substantial deepening of Ottoman expansion in Europe and a significant development of Ottoman institutions. Murad continued the push into the Balkans with considerable energy and organizational skill. The Balkans of the mid-14th century were a fragmented political landscape. The once powerful Bulgarian and Serbian kingdoms had reached the peaks of their strength earlier in the century, and both were now divided by succession disputes and regional rivalries. The Serbian Empire, which under Stefan Dusan in the 1340s had briefly seemed poised to replace Byzantium as the dominant power in southeastern Europe, fragmented after his death in 1355 into a collection of competing principalities. Bulgaria was similarly divided. The Byzantine Empire, reduced largely to Constantinople and a few scattered territories, was no longer capable of projecting significant military force into the hinterland. This fragmented environment, so similar in some ways to what Osman had faced in Anatolia, offered Ottoman expansion a familiar set of opportunities. Murad and his commanders pushed steadily through Thrace and into Macedonia. Bulgarian and Byzantine territories in Thrace were absorbed, and the Ottoman presence began pressing toward the Serbian-controlled regions to the north and west. A significant confrontation came at the Battle of Maritsa in 1371, where Ottoman forces defeated a coalition of Serbian princes who had sought to push back against Ottoman expansion. The battle was a major Ottoman victory, and its consequences included the submission of several Serbian and Bulgarian rulers as vassals. The Ottoman model of expansion in this period was not always direct annexation. Sometimes it involved establishing a formal vassal relationship, under which local rulers continued to govern their territories but acknowledged Ottoman suzerainty, paid tribute, and provided military contingents when called upon. This approach allowed the Ottomans to extend their political influence without necessarily having to administer every territory directly, a practical flexibility that served them well during the period of rapid growth. During Murad's reign, the Ottoman military also underwent important institutional development. The most consequential of these developments was the creation of the Janissary Corps, an infantry force that would become the backbone of the Ottoman army for the following 2 centuries. The precise origins and early development of the Janissaries are a matter of some scholarly debate, but the institution as it took shape involved the recruitment of young men, primarily from Christian communities in the Balkans, who were converted to Islam, given thorough military and administrative training, and enrolled in a standing army directly loyal to the Sultan. This practice, known as devshirme, a Turkish word meaning collection or levy, was a distinctive feature of the emerging Ottoman state. It gave the Sultan a military and administrative force that was personally bound to him rather than to any existing tribal, family, or regional loyalty. The Janissaries were paid regularly, equipped uniformly, and trained to a professional standard that tribal cavalry forces could not match in disciplined infantry combat. The devshirme system also fed into the broader Ottoman administrative structure. Young men taken through this levy were not all destined for the military. Some were selected for training in the palace school, where they received education in language, law, religion, and governance, and from which the most capable graduates might rise to high administrative and governmental positions. Over time, this would create a class of officials who owed their positions entirely to the Sultan, who had no independent territorial or family bases of power, and who were therefore far more controllable than hereditary noble elites would have been. It was a distinctive solution to the recurring problem of how a ruler maintains authority over an expanding state without being undermined by powerful subjects. Murad also reorganized the administrative division of territory. As the Ottoman state grew, it was divided into provinces, in Ottoman Turkish, sancaks and eyalets, each administered by a governor appointed by the Sultan. The governors commanded local military forces and were responsible for tax collection and the maintenance of order, but they served at the Sultan's pleasure and could be reassigned or removed. This system of appointed governors, while imperfect in practice and subject to corruption and abuse, was a substantial improvement over the looser arrangements of the earlier frontier period. The Ottoman approach to the Christian populations of conquered territories was generally pragmatic rather than immediately transformative. Christian communities were not required to convert, and they were generally allowed to maintain their religious practices, their churches, and their internal community structures in exchange for paying a head tax, the jizya, and accepting Ottoman political authority. This arrangement, which had precedence in earlier Islamic governance, allowed the Ottomans to absorb large Christian populations without the disruption that forced conversion would have caused. It also made Ottoman rule somewhat easier to accept for populations that had suffered from the internal conflicts of the fragmented Christian states that preceded Ottoman control in many areas. By the mid-1380s, Ottoman expansion had reached into Serbia, Bulgaria, and the region around Thessaloniki. The Serbian principalities, despite their fragmentation, continued to resist, and a series of engagements kept the Balkans in a state of low-level but persistent military activity. It was in this context that the events of 1389 took place. The Battle of Kosovo, fought on June 28, 1389, on the plain known as Kosovo Palj, the Field of Blackbirds, is one of the most celebrated and most mythologized battles in Balkan history. A coalition of Serbian, Bosnian, and other regional forces under the command of the Serbian Prince Lazar Prebeljanović confronted the Ottoman army under Murad I. What actually happened during the battle, and precisely what the outcome meant, has been the subject of dispute ever since. The medieval sources are limited and do not always agree with one another. What is generally accepted is that the battle was extremely costly for both sides. Murad I was killed, though the circumstances of his death are uncertain. Some accounts describe an assassination by a Serbian nobleman who gained access to the Ottoman camp before or after the battle, while others suggest he died in the fighting itself. Prince Lazar was captured and subsequently executed. The Serbian coalition suffered tremendous losses. In terms of the immediate political outcome, the Ottoman forces held the field and the Serbian coalition was effectively broken as an organized military resistance. In the years following Kosovo, Serbian rulers became Ottoman vassals, and the remaining independence of the Serbian principalities was gradually eroded. The battle subsequently became enormously important in Serbian national memory and identity, acquiring layers of legend, religious meaning, and cultural significance that far exceeded whatever its immediate historical importance had been. Tales of heroism, betrayal, and sacrifice accumulated around the battle in Serbian epic poetry and tradition over the following centuries, transforming it into a foundational national myth. The historical event and the legendary event became difficult to disentangle, and it is important, when discussing Kosovo, to acknowledge this distinction. The battle was a real and significant engagement. Its immediate military result was an Ottoman victory and the acceleration of Serbian subordination. Everything else that accumulated around it belongs largely to later tradition rather than to contemporary historical record. Murad I was succeeded by his son Bayezid, who would reign until 1402. Bayezid moved quickly and with evident decision. One of his first acts was the execution of his brother Yaqub, eliminating a potential rival for the throne. This practice of eliminating male relatives who might challenge the ruling sultan was not yet an established Ottoman institution. That formalization would come later, but it reflected a recurring tension in the Ottoman succession. The Ottoman system had no clear principle of primogeniture. Any son of the sultan was theoretically a potential heir, and this created an environment of competition among princes that often turned violent. Bayezid earned the epithet Yildirim, lightning, a name that reflected his reputation for speed and decisiveness in military operations. He was an energetic campaigner who pushed Ottoman expansion rapidly on multiple fronts simultaneously. In the Balkans, he completed the subjugation of Bulgaria, reducing it from a vassal state to directly administered Ottoman territory. He continued pressing against the remaining autonomous Serbian principalities and extended Ottoman military activity into Hungary and Wallachia. In Anatolia, Bayezid moved against the other beyliks that had coexisted with the Ottomans during the previous century. Several of these principalities in western and central Anatolia were annexed, sometimes through military force and sometimes through political maneuvering, marriage alliances, or the manipulation of succession disputes. The Beylik of Karaman, the most powerful of the Anatolian principalities and one that controlled a substantial territory in south-central Anatolia, including the former Seljuk capital of Konya, was a particular target of Ottoman pressure, though it would prove more difficult to permanently subdue than some of the others. Bayezid also maintained pressure on Constantinople itself. In the 1390s, he instituted a lengthy blockade of the Byzantine capital, seeking to starve the city into submission without committing to a full siege. Constantinople's extraordinary walls, built in the 5th century under Theodosius II and repeatedly repaired over the following centuries, were considered nearly impregnable by the military technology of the time. A direct assault was an enormously costly proposition. Bayezid attempted to achieve the city's fall through isolation rather than direct attack, and during the blockade, he constructed a fortress on the Anatolian shore of the Bosphorus, just south of the city, to tighten control of maritime approaches. The Byzantines, aware of their desperate position, sent urgent appeals to the rulers of Western Europe. They received some diplomatic attention and a small amount of material support, but nothing approaching the scale of intervention needed to alter the military balance fundamentally. It was this Western response, or the beginning of one, that produced the Battle of Nicopolis in 1396. A crusading army, composed primarily of Hungarian, French, and various other Western European forces under the leadership of the Hungarian king Sigismund, marched toward Ottoman territory with the stated aim of lifting the pressure on Constantinople and pushing the Ottomans back. The crusading force was substantial and represented a genuine Western effort to confront the Ottoman advance. The two armies met at the town of Nicopolis on the Danube in September 1396. The battle ended in a decisive Ottoman victory. The Western forces, reportedly suffering from poor coordination and an underestimation of Ottoman military capability, were routed. A large number of Western knights were captured, and many were subsequently executed on Bayezid's orders, though some prominent captives were ransomed. The defeat at Nicopolis was significant for several reasons. It demonstrated the military strength of the Ottoman army under effective leadership. It effectively ended any realistic prospect of a major crusading response to Ottoman expansion for a generation. And it embedded the Ottoman Empire more firmly in the consciousness of Western Europe as a formidable power rather than merely a peripheral threat. In the aftermath of Nicopolis, Bayezid's position seemed extraordinarily strong. He had extended Ottoman territory far into Europe and deep into Anatolia. He had defeated a major Western crusading army. He was tightening his hold on Constantinople. Contemporary observers might reasonably have concluded that the city's fall was only a matter of time and that Bayezid stood at the peak of Ottoman power. But a different force was gathering in the east, one whose arrival would completely overturn these expectations. Timur, known in Western historical tradition as Tamerlane, a corruption of Timur-Lenk, or Timur the Lame, was a Central Asian conqueror from the Chagatai Turkic tradition who had spent the previous decades building an empire of extraordinary scale and violence across Central Asia, Persia, and the Middle East. He had sacked Delhi in 1398 and devastated large portions of the Middle East. He was now turning his attention westward, and among the things that drew his attention was the behavior of Bayezid. The confrontation between Timur and Bayezid had been building through a series of diplomatic exchanges and provocations. Bayezid had provided refuge to rulers of Anatolian beyliks that Timur regarded as his own vassals or allies. Timur demanded their return, Bayezid refused. The correspondence between the two leaders, as preserved in later sources, was markedly hostile in tone, with each man describing the other in dismissive terms. Whatever weight one places on the precise content of this correspondence, it was likely shaped by later editors and tradition. The underlying conflict of interest was real. Two powerful rulers were claiming overlapping spheres of authority, and neither was inclined to yield. Timur moved into Anatolia in force in 1402. The Ottoman army under Bayezid moved to meet him, and the two forces encountered each other near the city of Ankara on July 28, 1402. The Battle of Ankara was one of the most consequential military engagements in the history of the region. The Ottoman forces were substantial, but they suffered from a significant problem that went beyond simple numbers. Several of the Anatolian Beylik contingents fighting under the Ottoman banner had reason to prefer Timur's victory, since Timur had promised the restoration of their former territories under their own rulers. During the battle, some of these contingents deserted or switched sides, creating disruption in the Ottoman formation. The details of the battle's tactical progress are difficult to reconstruct precisely from the available sources, but the broad outline is clear. The Ottoman army was defeated, and Bayezid himself was captured. Bayezid spent his remaining months as Timur's prisoner. He died in captivity in early 1403. The precise circumstances and conditions of his captivity have been debated by historians. Later accounts, particularly in European tradition, embellished his fate with dramatic details that may or may not reflect reality. What is established is that he was held by Timur and did not long survive his defeat. The consequences of Ankara for the Ottoman state were catastrophic in the short term. Timur moved through Anatolia, restoring the Beyliks and distributing Ottoman territory among Bayezid's sons, whom he apparently intended to use as dependent client rulers rather than to destroy outright. Several of Bayezid's sons had survived the battle and the subsequent upheaval, and Timur seems to have calculated that a fragmented Ottoman state, divided among competing princes, would be a safer neighbor than a unified empire. The period that followed, roughly 1402 to 1413, is known as the Ottoman Interregnum. Bayezid had left multiple sons: Suleiman, who controlled the European territories, Mehmed, Isa, and Musa, who contested control of various Anatolian territories. These princes fought among themselves for supremacy, each seeking to reunify the Ottoman state under his own leadership, and each at various times forming alliances with outside powers, including the Byzantines, the Venetians, and the remaining Beyliks, in pursuit of this goal. The interregnum was a period of genuine fragility for the Ottoman state. The remarkable institutional development of the previous decades, the Janissary Corps, the provincial administration, the chancery, the tax systems, all of this had created a state that was not merely a tribal confederation dependent on one charismatic leader. But it had not yet created a state resilient enough to survive the complete collapse of central authority without serious strain. Contemporary observers, including Byzantine and European commentators, noted the possibility that the Ottoman enterprise might simply disintegrate under the pressure of civil war and external interference. That this did not happen was largely the result of the political and military skill of one of Bayezid's sons, Mehmed. Mehmed, based in Amasya in northern Anatolia, gradually outmaneuvered and defeated his brothers. Isa was the first to be eliminated from serious contention. Suleiman, who had established himself firmly in the European provinces and had conducted an independent foreign policy, including significant concessions to the Byzantines and other neighbors in exchange for their support, was defeated and killed in 1411. Musa, who had been a significant contender and had for a time controlled much of the Balkan territories, was defeated and killed in 1413. With Musa's death, Mehmed I became the sole ruler of a reunified Ottoman state. The state he inherited was smaller than it had been at its peak under Bayezid. Several of the Anatolian Beyliks had been restored to independence under Timurid auspices, and some of the concessions made during the interregnum to various neighbors had weakened Ottoman positions. But the core of the state survived, and the institutions built over the preceding century had proven durable enough to outlast a decade of civil war. Mehmed I ruled until 1421. His reign was not one of dramatic expansion. He spent much of his energy consolidating authority, managing the challenges left by the interregnum, dealing with rebellions, and rebuilding the Ottoman administration. One significant challenge he faced was a messianic popular movement led by a figure known as Sheikh Bedreddin, a scholar and Sufi with heterodox religious views who gathered substantial support in both Anatolia and the European territories and led an armed rebellion. The movement was eventually suppressed and Bedreddin was executed in 1416, but the episode illustrated the social tensions present in a state recovering from the disruptions of civil war and military defeat. Mehmed I also maintained, on balance, peaceful relations with his neighbors, including the Byzantines. The Byzantines had, during the interregnum, played a careful game of supporting different Ottoman princes at different moments, seeking to use the civil war to their advantage. Mehmed was aware of this, but he chose accommodation over immediate confrontation, at least for most of his reign. The Byzantines retained control of Constantinople and a few other territories, and the relationship between the two states in this period, while tense, was managed without major armed conflict. The transition from Mehmed I to his son Murad II in 1421 was not entirely smooth. At the moment of Mehmed's death, the Byzantines supported the claim of a pretender, a man presenting himself as another Ottoman prince named Mustafa, who may have been either a genuine member of the dynasty who had been held in Byzantine custody or an impostor. Historians remain uncertain. This pretender, backed by Byzantine support, crossed into the European territories and briefly gathered significant support before being defeated and killed by forces loyal to Murad. The episode demonstrated once again the Byzantine willingness to interfere in Ottoman succession politics, and it set a hostile tone for the early part of Murad II's reign. Murad II, who would reign from 1421 to 1444 and then again from 1446 to 1451, with a brief interruption in the middle, was a capable and experienced ruler whose long reign restored Ottoman strength and prepared the ground for the dramatic events that followed. He faced a series of challenges at the beginning of his rule that might have overwhelmed a less capable leader. In Anatolia, the Beylik of Karaman renewed its hostility and pressed Ottoman positions. In Europe, the Balkans required ongoing military attention. Venice was a commercial and sometimes military adversary along the Aegean and Adriatic coasts. Hungary, under the regent John Hunyadi, emerged as a formidable opponent in the northern Balkans and would represent the most serious European military challenge to Ottoman expansion during this period. Murad conducted extensive military campaigns in both Anatolia and the Balkans over the course of his long reign. In Anatolia, he gradually re-extended Ottoman control, pressuring the Beyliks and recovering much of what had been lost after Ankara. In the Balkans, he pushed further into Serbia, took the city of Thessaloniki from Venetian control in 1430, and maintained continuous military pressure on the Hungarian frontier and the remaining independent Balkan states. The Byzantine Empire, in these decades, was shrinking to almost nothing. Constantinople and its immediate surroundings, along with the despotate of the Morea in the Peloponnese, were virtually all that remained. The city of Constantinople was still impressive as a physical object, its great walls, its harbors, its churches and monuments. But its population had fallen dramatically from its medieval peak, and large areas within the walls were given over to gardens, orchards, and ruins rather than dense urban settlement. The city was a symbol of enormous historical and cultural significance, and a strategically critical position controlling the straits between Europe and Asia, but it was not the metropolis it had once been. Murad came close to taking Constantinople in 1422 when he launched a direct assault on the city. The assault failed. The Theodosian walls held against the Ottoman attack, and the garrison, aided by whatever manpower was available inside the city, successfully defended the land walls against the Ottoman assault. The failure of 1422 reinforced what Ottoman commanders already suspected, that taking Constantinople would require more than a direct infantry assault. It would require a siege of sustained duration, a large and well-supplied army, an effective naval blockade to prevent resupply from the sea, and, as became increasingly apparent over the following decades, artillery capable of breaching walls that had withstood attacks for a millennium. In 1444, Murad faced what appeared to be a major threat from a new crusading coalition. A substantial force including Hungarian, Polish, Wallachian, and other contingents under the nominal leadership of the Polish-Hungarian king the Ladislaw III and the military command of John Hunyadi advanced through the Balkans toward Ottoman territory. Murad, in the middle of a period of withdrawal in favor of his young son and facing the threat, returned to active command and led the Ottoman army to confront the Crusaders. The armies met at the Battle of Varna on the Black Sea coast in November 1444. The crusading force was decisively defeated, the Ladislaw was killed in the battle, and Hunyadi barely escaped with his life. Varna was another major demonstration of Ottoman military effectiveness against organized European resistance, comparable in its consequences to Nicopolis nearly half a century earlier. Murad too died in early 1451, and the throne passed to his son Mehmed, who was approximately 19 years old at the time of his accession. This was Mehmed's second accession, as he had briefly been placed on the throne in 1444 when Murad temporarily abdicated, before Murad returned to active rule in 1446. The circumstances of that earlier experiment had been turbulent, and Mehmed had experienced the difficulties of exercising power in that period. By 1451, he was older, more experienced, and possessed of an increasingly clear sense of what he wanted to accomplish. What Mehmed wanted, above almost anything else, was Constantinople. The city had been a fixed point in Ottoman strategic ambition for generations. Osman had reportedly expressed the aspiration in his lifetime. Orhan had crossed into Europe. Murad I had extended Ottoman territory into the Balkans on both sides of Constantinople, effectively surrounding it from the land. Bayezid had blockaded it and tried to starve it into submission. Murad too had assaulted it directly in 1422. The city had survived each of these efforts, but the cumulative effect was to demonstrate both its importance and its vulnerability, while the specific problem of how to overcome its walls remained unsolved. Mehmed too had thought carefully about this problem. As a young man, he had studied military subjects alongside the standard curriculum of religious and literary education that Ottoman princes received. He had shown particular interest in the physical sciences and in military technology, and he was aware of developments in artillery that were transforming siege warfare across Eurasia. Gunpowder weapons had been improving steadily throughout the 14th and early 15th centuries, and large-caliber cannon capable of firing heavy stone balls against masonry defenses were becoming increasingly powerful. Mehmed understood that artillery might provide the solution to the problem that had defeated his predecessors. He was also acutely aware of the broader geopolitical context. Constantinople's fall would remove the last substantial remnant of the Byzantine state and give the Ottomans complete control of the straits connecting the Black Sea to the Aegean, a position of enormous commercial and strategic importance. It would eliminate a potential base from which European powers might attempt to coordinate anti-Ottoman activity, and it would carry profound symbolic weight. As the city had been the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire for over 1,000 years, and was regarded by many as the preeminent city of the Christian world. In the months following his accession, Mehmed moved methodically through the preparations necessary for a major siege. One of his first significant acts was the construction of a fortress on the European shore of the Bosphorus, at a point just north of Constantinople, directly across the strait from the fortress that Bayezid had built on the Anatolian shore. This new fortress, known as Rumelihisari, the Rumelian Castle, was constructed with remarkable speed, beginning in early 1452 and completed by the late summer of the same year. With both shores of the upper Bosphorus now controlled by Ottoman fortifications, the straits were effectively closed. Ships attempting to pass without Ottoman permission could be fired upon from both sides. The Byzantines were aware of what was being built and what it signified. Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos, who had come to the throne in 1449, sent appeals to the construction site asking that it be halted and received dismissive responses. He sent appeals to Western Europe seeking military assistance and received promises that were only partially honored. Venice, Genoa, and the papacy were all aware of the situation, but the political and logistical challenges of mounting a major military expedition in time to save the city proved insurmountable. The city's resources for defense were limited. The population of Constantinople at this time has been estimated by historians at somewhere between 30 and 50,000 people, though these estimates are uncertain. This was a tiny population to defend the circuit of walls, which extended for many kilometers around the landward and maritime sides of the city. The garrison available to Constantine XI was similarly modest. Byzantine military manpower was simply insufficient to man the walls properly. Whatever troops the city could put in the field would need to be reinforced by outside assistance if the defense was to have any realistic prospect of success. Some assistance did arrive. A Genoese soldier named Giovanni Giustiniani Longo arrived in January 1453 with approximately 700 troops, described in the sources as experienced and well-equipped fighters. His arrival was a significant boost to the defense, and Constantine XI gave him overall command of the land wall defenses, a reflection of his confidence in Giustiniani's abilities. A number of Venetian sailors and soldiers contributed to the defense as well, some of the Venetian merchants resident in the city choosing to remain and fight rather than leaving when the Ottoman threat became clear. Cretan, Catalan, and other contingents also contributed to the garrison. The total defending force, counting all these contributions along with the Byzantine soldiers and armed civilians, was perhaps 7,000 or 8,000 men, a very small force to defend a perimeter of that length against a major army. The Ottoman force assembled for the siege was substantially larger. Estimates in the sources vary, and the precise size of Mehmed's army cannot be established with certainty, but it was a major military force by the standards of the time, probably in the range of 60,000 to 80,000 men, though some sources give higher figures that may be exaggerated. It included the Janissary infantry, cavalry forces from the provinces, specialist troops, and a significant artillery complement. The artillery included several large cannons that had been cast specifically for this campaign, most notably a very large piece designed by a cannon founder named Urban, a Hungarian or German craftsman who had first offered his services to Constantine XI and, finding the Byzantines unable to meet his terms, had then sold his expertise to Mehmed. Urban's largest cannon was a massive weapon, reportedly capable of firing stone balls weighing several hundred pounds, though it was slow to reload and prone to cracking. The Ottoman navy was also assembled for the campaign. The city was accessible from the sea. Its long shorelines on the Bosphorus and the Golden Horn were also potential points of attack or resupply for the defenders, and controlling or neutralizing maritime access was essential to the siege plan. The Ottoman fleet was assembled in the Dardanelles and was intended to blockade the city from the sea, preventing the arrival of relief forces and supplies. The defenders had a chain stretched across the mouth of the Golden Horn, the inlet on the northern side of the city, to prevent Ottoman ships from entering and attacking the northern walls. A small number of ships from Venice, Genoa, and other sources were inside the harbor, available to the defense. The Ottoman army arrived before Constantinople in early April 1453. Mehmed established his headquarters on the landward side of the city, facing the Great Theodosian Walls, the main line of defense. The Theodosian Walls were a complex defensive system, constructed in the early 5th century and consisting of an outer wall, a main inner wall of substantial thickness and height, a moat, and towers at regular intervals. They had been built to the standards of their time with great care and maintained over the subsequent century, repaired after earthquakes, strengthened at vulnerable points, and kept in reasonable condition even as the Byzantine state had contracted. They were not invulnerable, but they were formidable. The Ottoman artillery began its bombardment shortly after the army took up its positions. The large cannon cast by Urban was positioned against a section of the wall called the Mesotikion, a part of the land wall that ran through a valley where the small Lycus River passed under the fortifications, a point that was considered somewhat more vulnerable than the higher ground sections on either side. Urban's cannon and other artillery pieces began firing repeatedly against the walls, and the effect was significant. The heavy stone balls were capable of breaching sections of masonry, creating rubble and gaps that the defenders then had to repair during the night with whatever materials were available: wood, stone, earth-filled barrels. The defenders worked continuously to patch what the artillery destroyed each day, and the rhythm of bombardment and repair defined the character of the siege. The Ottoman attacks on the sea walls met with less immediate success. The defenders' chain across the Golden Horn held, preventing the Ottoman fleet from entering the harbor and threatening the northern walls. In the southern approaches, along the Sea of Marmara, the walls were generally stronger and the access more difficult. The Ottoman fleet attempted to force passage into the Golden Horn but was repulsed. A naval engagement in April 1453 saw a small group of ships bringing supplies to Constantinople. 3 Genoese vessels and 1 Byzantine ship loaded with grain managed to fight their way through the Ottoman blockade and reach the harbor, a feat of seamanship and fighting that briefly raised morale among the defenders and caused considerable frustration in the Ottoman camp. Mehmed responded to his navy's difficulty with an audacious technical solution. Ottoman engineers and laborers, working over a short period, constructed a road of wooden rollers and greased planks across a ridge of land north of the Golden Horn, connecting a bay on the Bosphorus to the upper end of the Golden Horn behind the defensive chain. Ottoman ships were physically hauled over this road and launched into the Golden Horn on the morning of April 22nd. Suddenly, the Golden Horn was an Ottoman-controlled body of water. Ottoman boats could now approach the northern walls of the city, the walls of the Blacherny district, which were shorter and less formidable than the great Theodosian land walls. This development forced the defenders to extend their attention and their already stretched manpower along additional kilometers of vulnerable wall, while also providing a pontoon bridge across the Golden Horn that allowed Ottoman forces to move troops from one side to another. The defenders attempted a counterattack with fire ships against the Ottoman vessels in the Golden Horn, but the attack was detected and repelled before it could damage the Ottoman fleet significantly. The situation inside the city was becoming increasingly desperate. Supplies were being consumed, manpower was insufficient to rest any part of the garrison, and the morale effects of weeks of bombardment and continuous night repairs were accumulating. Constantine XI and his advisors sought desperately for some sign of the Venetian relief fleet that had been promised. Ships were sent out through the Marmara to search for the Venetians and found nothing. When one of these scouts returned with the news that no fleet had been sighted, the effect on morale was severe. Inside the city, the mood was sustained partly by religious devotion and partly by the particular character of Constantine XI, who was by all accounts a capable and determined leader. He moved along the walls regularly, visiting the defenders, maintaining presence at points of danger, and making the practical decisions that the defense required. Relations between the Byzantine and Latin defenders, Greek Orthodox and Roman Catholic, were strained by long-standing religious disputes, particularly the question of church union that had been debated for decades. An attempt to formally unite the Eastern and Western churches had been made at the Council of Florence in 1439, with the Byzantine Emperor John VIII accepting terms in exchange for papal military support. But the union had been deeply unpopular among many Orthodox clergy and laity in Constantinople, who had the famous saying attributed to them that they would rather see the Turkish turban in Constantinople than the Latin mitre. Whether any individual said these precise words in this period is uncertain, but the sentiment reflected a real theological and cultural tension that complicated the unity of the defense. Mehmed, from his position outside the walls, was facing his own pressures. A siege of this duration consumed enormous resources, and the Ottoman camp was not without its difficulties. Some of Mehmed's advisors counseled patience or even withdrawal, noting that the siege was expensive and that there was no guarantee of success. A persistent figure in later Ottoman tradition is the Grand Vizier Kandarli Halil Pasha, described as skeptical of the siege from the beginning and later associated with a council of caution. Whether this characterization is accurate or was shaped by retrospective accounts written after the eventual Ottoman success, and after Kandarli Halil's subsequent arrest and execution, which gave later writers reason to portray him as an obstacle, is uncertain. What seems clear is that Mehmed himself was committed to the siege and would not withdraw. As May progressed, the bombardment continued. The section of wall at the Mesotikion had suffered considerable damage, and the defenders were maintaining it with increasingly makeshift repairs. The Ottoman commanders planned a major assault, and the timing of it was moved forward as Ottoman intelligence, and possibly observation, suggested that the defending forces were reaching there. On the night of May 28th into May 29th, 1453, the Ottoman forces prepared for what Mehmed designated as the decisive assault. Religious observances took place in the Ottoman camp, prayers were offered, and the army was addressed. Constantine XI held his own ceremony inside the city. Accounts describe a final liturgy in Hagia Sophia, attended by both Orthodox and Latin Christians, a moment of unity under the shadow of what was coming. The assault began before dawn on May 29th. It came in waves. The initial Ottoman troops included irregular forces, Anatolian infantry, and Bashibazuks, irregular fighters who were sent against the walls first. They suffered significant casualties against the still active defenders, but served to tire the garrison and consume some of its resources. The second wave consisted of Anatolian troops from the provinces, who pressed the attack with greater organization. The Janissaries, the elite infantry of the Ottoman army, were held in reserve for the critical moment. The decisive point came at the Blacherny section of the wall. An Ottoman force discovered or forced open a small gate, known as the Kirkaporta, that had apparently been left unbarred, possibly in the confusion of the assault. A group of Ottoman soldiers entered through this gate and found themselves inside the outer walls. The penetration was detected and might have been contained, but at almost the same moment, another critical event occurred. Giustiniani, who had been commanding the defense of the Mesetikian section with great effectiveness throughout the siege, was struck by a projectile and seriously wounded. He was carried from the walls, and his removal from the front line had a devastating effect on the defenders in his sector. Accounts differ on the exact nature of his wound and the circumstances of his departure from the walls, but the consequences were clear. The defense of the most critical section of wall temporarily lost its most capable organizer. Mehmed ordered the Janissaries forward. They attacked across the filled sections of the moat and over the debris of the damaged walls. And in the confusion following Giustiniani's wounding and the entry through the Kirkaporta, sections of the defense gave way. Ottoman forces were over and through the walls. Once soldiers had gained the interior of the walls at multiple points, the defense became untenable. The defenders who survived began to fall back, and a portion of them made for the harbor seeking to escape. Constantine XI is reported by several sources to have made a final charge against the Ottoman troops entering through the broken defense, throwing himself into the fighting and dying in the melee. His body was never conclusively identified afterward, and the exact circumstances of his death remain uncertain, though the general account of his dying in the defense of the city has been accepted by most historians as plausible. No reliable contemporary source places him surviving the battle. Ottoman forces moved through the city on the morning of May 29th. The traditional practice of the period allowed an army that had taken a city by force rather than by negotiated surrender to plunder it for a set period, and Ottoman soldiers dispersed through Constantinople. Residents sought refuge in churches, homes, and wherever shelter could be found. The Hagia Sophia, the great church that had stood for nearly 1,000 years as the centerpiece of the Orthodox Christian world, received thousands of people seeking sanctuary. Ottoman soldiers entered the church, and those inside were taken captive. Mehmed entered the city later on May 29th. According to later accounts, he made his way to Hagia Sophia and, reportedly moved by the scale of what he was seeing and what had happened, stood for a time in the great building. Whether the specific details of these accounts are accurate or were added later by chroniclers seeking to invest the moment with appropriate gravity cannot be determined. What is not in question is that he entered the conquered city as its new ruler. The Ottoman period of licensed plunder, according to sources, lasted approximately 3 days, though the precision of this figure is uncertain. Afterward, Mehmed imposed order. He was concerned with the city as a functioning capital, not merely as a prize to be stripped and abandoned. He issued orders protecting the Patriarchate of Constantinople, eventually appointing a new patriarch, Gennadius Scholarius, a prominent cleric who had been one of the opponents of the church union, and maintaining the institution of the Orthodox Church within the Ottoman framework that the Devshirme and earlier conquest policies had established for religious minorities elsewhere in the empire. Constantinople, renamed Istanbul, the name derived from a Greek phrase meaning to the city, which had been used in vernacular speech for the Byzantine capital, became the new Ottoman capital. The transfer of the capital from Edirne represented a profound shift in the character of the Ottoman state. The city provided an extraordinary base. Its harbor, its access to 2 seas, its massive walls, now serving Ottoman purposes, its existing infrastructure, and its symbolic weight as the former capital of the Roman Empire in the East. Mehmed II issued a series of measures intended to repopulate and reinvigorate the city, which had been dramatically underpopulated even before the siege, and whose population was now further reduced by the deaths and enslavements of the conquest. He relocated populations from elsewhere in the empire to Constantinople, encouraged or compelled settlement, and began programs of construction that would eventually transform the city's physical character. The Hagia Sophia was converted into a mosque, as were a number of other churches. New mosques, markets, and administrative buildings were commissioned. The news of Constantinople's fall spread gradually across Europe and the broader region, carried by refugees, merchants, and diplomatic dispatches. In the Byzantine diaspora and in the Western European courts, the news was received with shock and grief, though the Byzantine state had been so diminished by this point that the practical consequences for most of Western Europe were limited. The Ottoman state, by contrast, was now clearly the dominant power of the Eastern Mediterranean and Southeastern Europe, with a capital of unmatched historic prestige and strategic value. The Ottoman Empire that emerged from 1453 was fundamentally different in character from the frontier principality that Osman had led on the edge of Byzantine territory a century and a half earlier. What had begun as a modest band of fighters pressing against a weakened imperial frontier had grown, through a combination of military effectiveness, institutional innovation, political skill, and favorable circumstances, into a major empire controlling vast territories across 2 continents. The institutions built across multiple reigns, the devshirme, the janissaries, the provincial administration, the chancery, the regulated system of taxation and law, had created a state capable of surviving the crisis of Ankara, the dissolution of the interregnum, and the strains of continuous warfare on multiple frontiers. The conquest of Constantinople was not the end of Ottoman expansion, but it represented the culmination of a particular phase of Ottoman history. The aspiration that had animated Ottoman rulers from the earliest generations had been achieved. The city that had defined the horizon of Ottoman ambition sat now within the walls of an Ottoman capital, and a dynasty that had begun in a handful of villages on the edge of a declining empire stood as the inheritor of one of the oldest and most revered thrones in the world. The work of transformation began almost immediately. Mehmed understood that possession of the city was only the beginning. A great capital required inhabitants, and Constantinople in the spring of 1453 had very few. The population had been declining for decades before the siege, and the deaths, flight, and enslavements of the conquest had reduced it further. Large sections within the walls were already given over to fields, orchards, and the ruins of buildings that had not been maintained or rebuilt for generations. What Mehmed had acquired was not a functioning imperial city, but the skeleton of one, remarkable in its bones, but desperately empty of the flesh that made a city live. His first repopulation measures were coercive. Populations were relocated from towns and territories elsewhere in the Ottoman domains and instructed to settle in Constantinople. Turkish Muslim families came from Anatolia and from the newly absorbed territories of the Balkans. Greek Orthodox families were brought from Anatolia, particularly from towns that Mehmed had recently conquered or that were transferred to Ottoman control through negotiation. Jewish communities, some of them long established in Anatolia and the Balkans, were encouraged or directed to settle in the city. Armenian merchants and craftsmen were similarly relocated. Genoa's colony at Galata, the settlement on the northern shore of the Golden Horn that had maintained a complicated neutrality during the siege, was allowed to remain under Ottoman authority, its residents retaining their property and their commercial activities in exchange for accepting Ottoman sovereignty and paying the appropriate taxes. The deliberate mixing of these populations was not accidental. Mehmed needed craftsmen, merchants, administrators, scholars, and skilled workers of every description, and he drew them from wherever they could be found. The Ottoman state had developed, over the preceding century, considerable experience in governing religiously and ethnically diverse populations, and the institutional mechanisms were already in place. The millet system, a framework under which recognized religious communities, each designated by their religious identity, were permitted to govern their own internal affairs in matters of personal law, marriage, inheritance, and religious practice, while remaining subject to Ottoman political authority and taxation, was extended and formalized in the context of Constantinople. Gennadius Scholarius, appointed as the Greek Orthodox Patriarch, was given authority over the Orthodox Christian community not only in spiritual matters but in the civil and legal affairs of his community, subject to the overarching framework of Ottoman law. The Armenian community received a similar arrangement through their own patriarch, and the Jewish community through its own leadership. This was a practical system built on a foundation of pragmatism rather than tolerance in the modern sense. The Ottomans were not indifferent to religion. The Sultan was a Muslim ruler governing an Islamic state, and the religious hierarchy of Islam held considerable prestige and institutional weight. But the empire's territories contained enormous numbers of Christians and Jews, and governing them through their own community structures was simpler, cheaper, and more stable than attempting to transform or suppress them. It also preserved the tax revenue that non-Muslim subjects generated through the head tax, a financial consideration that was never absent from Ottoman administrative calculations. Construction in Constantinople began on a scale commensurate with Mehmed's ambitions. The first priority was the conversion of the Hagia Sophia into a mosque, which was accomplished promptly and involved adding a minaret to the exterior and adapting the interior for Islamic worship while leaving the Great Dome and the fundamental architecture intact. Other significant churches in the city were similarly converted, but Mehmed also commissioned entirely new buildings. A major mosque complex, a kalai, as such complexes were called, combining a mosque with associated institutions including a religious school, a hospital, a kitchen for the poor, and other charitable and educational structures, was begun on the site of the old Byzantine Church of the Holy Apostles, which had been the burial church of the Byzantine emperors and was in a state of considerable deterioration. This complex, known as the Fatih Mosque Complex, Fatih meaning the conqueror, the title by which Mehmed was increasingly known, became a major architectural and institutional center of the new capital. Mehmed also undertook the construction of a new palace. The old Byzantine imperial palace on the Marmara coast was in ruins. An initial palace was built on a hilltop near the center of the city, but it was eventually superseded by the construction of a far grander complex on the promontory at the northeastern tip of the peninsula, the point where the Golden Horn, the Bosphorus, and the Sea of Marmara converge. This palace, which would come to be known in later centuries as the Topkapi Palace, was constructed over a period of years beginning in the early 1460s. It was not a single building in the European palatial sense, but rather a complex of courtyards, pavilions, kitchens, audience halls, treasuries, and residential quarters surrounded by high walls. Access was carefully controlled, and the palace served simultaneously as the seat of imperial government, the residence of the Sultan and his household, and the training ground for the young men brought through the Devshirme system into the palace school. The palace school, which had existed in simpler form earlier but was now elaborated and formalized, was a central institution of Ottoman governance. Young men selected from the Devshirme levy, typically between the ages of 8 and 20, chosen for physical health, intelligence, and aptitude, were brought to Constantinople and trained in the palace in a rigorous curriculum that included Islamic religious knowledge, Arabic and Persian literature, Turkish language, horsemanship, archery, wrestling, and increasingly the practical arts of administration, law, and governance. The most capable graduates moved into positions of increasing responsibility, eventually reaching the highest offices of the state. The Grand Vizierate, the position of chief minister, the most powerful administrative office below the Sultan himself, was frequently held by men who had passed through this system, men who had no independent family base, no hereditary landholding, no tribal following of their own, and who owed everything to the Sultan's favor. This created a governing class that was, at least in theory, entirely dependent on the Sultan and therefore controllable in a way that a hereditary aristocracy would not have been. The early years after 1453 also saw significant legal developments. Mehmed II undertook a systematic codification of Ottoman law, producing legal codes, canoname, that organized the rules governing taxation, land tenure, administrative procedure, and criminal penalties. Ottoman law operated in parallel with Islamic religious law, the Sharia, administered by religious judges called qadis, and the two systems were not always perfectly harmonious. The canoname represented the Sultan's sovereign legislative authority, his power to issue regulations in areas where religious law was silent or where practical governance required supplementation. The coexistence of these two legal frameworks, religious and sultanic, remained a characteristic feature of Ottoman legal culture for the following centuries, and the periodic issuance of new legal codes by successive sultans was one of the mechanisms by which the state adapted its regulations to changing circumstances. Mehmed II's military campaigns after 1453 were extensive and covered a remarkable range of territory. The conquest of Constantinople had removed the last independent Byzantine political structure from the city itself, but Byzantine successor states survived in other locations. The despotate of the Morea, in the Peloponnese, was governed by two of Constantine's brothers, Thomas and Demetrios Palaiologos. It was an autonomous territory, not directly Ottoman-controlled, and its continued existence as a nominally independent Christian state was an anomaly that Mehmed addressed in 1460. An Ottoman army moved into the Peloponnese. The two despot brothers were unable to coordinate an effective defense, and the territory was incorporated into the Ottoman Empire. Thomas Palaiologos fled to Italy, where he brought with him the relic of the head of the Apostle Andrew, and eventually settled in Rome under papal patronage, a figure of considerable symbolic interest to the papacy, but of no practical political significance. The despotate of Epirus, on the western coast of the Balkans, was similarly absorbed in the following years. The Empire of Trebizond, a separate Byzantine successor state that had maintained its independence on the southeastern coast of the Black Sea since the disruptions of 1204, was the final formally Byzantine political entity. It was ruled by the Komnenos dynasty and had survived for 2.5 centuries through a combination of its difficult terrain, its distance from the centers of power, and its diplomatic skill in playing external powers against one another. In 1461, Mehmed moved against Trebizond with a combined land and sea campaign. The Emperor David Komnenos, facing an overwhelming force and finding that the relief he had hoped for from various external patrons would not materialize in time, negotiated a surrender rather than enduring a siege. He and his family were given safe conduct to Constantinople, where they were initially treated with reasonable consideration. David Komnenos was subsequently executed in 1463 on suspicion of treason, ending the Komnenian line. The Black Sea became, over the course of Mehmed's reign, increasingly an Ottoman lake. The Genoese colonies on the Black Sea coast, Kaffa in the Crimea, and several smaller trading posts were important commercial centers that had long operated as independent enclaves under Genoese administration. Kaffa in particular was one of the major nodes of the Black Sea trade network, a connection point between the steppe routes from Central Asia and the maritime routes leading to the Mediterranean. In 1475, an Ottoman naval expedition moved against the Genoese Black Sea colonies, and Kaffa surrendered without a prolonged defense. The Khanate of Crimea, the Tatar successor state in the Crimean Peninsula that had emerged from the Mongol period, became an Ottoman vassal in the same period, a relationship that would persist for the following 3 centuries and which gave the Ottomans both the strategic depth of a powerful northern buffer and access to the significant military forces the Crimean Tatars could provide. Relations with Venice defined much of Mehmed's western engagement. Venice was the dominant commercial power in the eastern Mediterranean, with extensive trading rights, colonies, and commercial stations throughout the Aegean, the Adriatic, and the Levant. The two powers went to war in 1463, beginning a conflict that lasted until 1479. The Ottoman-Venetian War of 1463 to 1479 was a long and costly struggle fought across multiple theaters: the Aegean Islands, the Peloponnese, the Adriatic coast, and the Albanian highlands, and it tested Ottoman naval capacity significantly. The Ottoman navy, while growing, was not yet consistently superior to Venetian naval forces in quality, and the war produced outcomes that mixed success with setbacks on both sides. The eventual peace treaty of 1479 generally favored Ottoman interests, with Venice surrendering the island of Negroponte, Euboea, and other Aegean territories in exchange for restored commercial access. Venice paid tribute for its remaining trading privileges, a significant symbolic statement of Ottoman dominance. The Albanian resistance, led during this period by a figure named George Kastrioti, known by his Ottoman military title of Skanderbeg, deserves particular mention because it represented the most sustained and effective military resistance to Ottoman expansion in the Balkans during Mehmed's reign. Skanderbeg had been taken into Ottoman service as a young man through the Devshirme, had been trained and educated in the Ottoman system, and had served as an Ottoman military commander before defecting to the Christian side in 1443 and returning to Albania to organize resistance. For the next 25 years, until his death in 1468, he led a remarkably effective guerrilla campaign in the difficult Albanian mountain terrain, repeatedly defeating or evading Ottoman forces sent against him and maintaining Albanian resistance with support from Venice, Naples, and the papacy. His death in 1468 removed the central organizing figure of Albanian resistance, and by 1479, the remaining Albanian strongholds had been incorporated into Ottoman territory. The campaign that attracted the most attention across Europe was Mehmed's expedition against the island of Rhodes in 1480. Rhodes was held by the Knights of St. John, a crusading military order that had been based there since 1309 and had developed the island into a heavily fortified base from which they conducted operations against Muslim shipping and coastlines throughout the eastern Mediterranean. The Knights were a well-organized military force with considerable experience in fortress defense, and the siege of Rhodes in 1480 proved far more difficult than the Ottoman command anticipated. The city's fortifications were modern and expertly manned. The Ottoman naval logistics were strained by the distance from their main bases, and the Knights fought with determination. The siege was eventually abandoned after significant Ottoman losses, one of the relatively rare cases in which a major Ottoman siege operation failed to achieve its objective. In the same year, an Ottoman force landed at Otranto in southern Italy, the nearest point of the Italian peninsula to the Albanian coast. The force captured the city, killing or enslaving its population, and briefly established an Ottoman garrison in Italy. The occupation of Otranto caused considerable alarm throughout the Italian states and further afield, raising the prospect of direct Ottoman operations in Western Europe. The garrison was eventually withdrawn after Mehmed's death in 1481 removed the driving force behind the expedition, and it did not represent the beginning of a sustained Ottoman presence in Italy, but it demonstrated the reach of Ottoman power and the range of Mehmed's ambitions. Mehmed II died on May 3, 1481, on campaign in Anatolia. He had reigned for approximately 30 years following the conquest of Constantinople and had transformed the Ottoman Empire from a state that controlled much of the Balkans and Anatolia into a major imperial power that reached from the Danube to the Euphrates, from the Crimea to the edge of the Arabian Peninsula. He was approximately 49 years old at his death, though some sources suggest he may have been somewhat younger. The cause of his death is uncertain. The sources suggest illness, possibly gout, which had afflicted him in his later years, though some historians have suggested other possibilities. Mehmed was a figure of unusual intellectual range for a ruler of his time and place. He was fluent in multiple languages, reportedly including Greek and Latin in addition to the Turkish, Arabic, and Persian that were standard for educated Ottomans. He maintained an active interest in Western art, commissioning portraits from Italian artists, most notably a visit by the Venetian painter Gentile Bellini in 1479 to 1480, who produced a celebrated portrait of the Sultan. He was interested in philosophy, history, and geography, and he collected books and manuscripts from multiple traditions. He also continued the systematic legal codification that he had begun in the years after 1453, revising and expanding the Ottoman legal codes and attempting to regularize both the structure of government and the principles of imperial succession in ways that would reduce the destructive conflicts that had characterized earlier Ottoman transitions of power. One of his most consequential legal acts was the formal codification of the principle of fratricide as an acceptable and even obligatory practice for a new sultan. The document, included in his canonym, stated that whichever of his sons inherited the sultanate should kill his brothers for the welfare of the world, a stark formulation that regularized what had been a recurring but informal practice. The principle reflected the Ottoman awareness that disputed successions were genuinely dangerous to the state's stability, as the interregnum had demonstrated. If only one son survived to take the throne, the problem of civil war among competing princes was eliminated at the cost of eliminating the princes themselves. The practice was brutal but effective in preventing the kind of prolonged succession conflicts that had damaged the empire in the early 15th century, and it remained Ottoman policy for well over a century. The succession following Mehmed's death was nevertheless contested, though the contest was resolved relatively quickly. Two of his sons, Bayezid and Sem, competed for the throne. Bayezid was in Amasia in Anatolia and moved quickly toward Constantinople, arriving to claim the sultanate before his brother could organize an effective challenge from his own base. Sem raised forces in Anatolia and attempted to claim at least a portion of the empire, proposing a division that Bayezid rejected. After military defeat, Sem fled first to Egypt and then to the island of Rhodes, and from there into Western European custody, where he spent the remainder of his life as a political prisoner of considerable symbolic value. Successive European rulers, including the Knights of Rhodes, the French crown, and eventually the papacy, found in Sem a useful diplomatic instrument, a claimant to the Ottoman throne whose existence they could threaten to activate as leverage against Bayezid. This leverage was never successfully used. Bayezid managed his foreign policy carefully enough to prevent any serious attempt to restore Sem, and Sem died in 1495, likely of illness, removing the threat permanently. Bayezid II's reign, from 1481 to 1512, was a period of consolidation, internal development, and generally cautious foreign policy rather than the aggressive expansion that had characterized his father's rule. Bayezid was a different kind of ruler from Mehmed, more religiously contemplative in his personal habits, more inclined toward negotiation than to military adventure, and more focused on the internal affairs of the empire than on territorial expansion. He was not without military accomplishment. He conducted campaigns against Venice in the 1490s that resulted in additional Venetian territorial concessions in the Aegean and on the Adriatic coast, but the overall character of his reign was less martial than what had come before or what would follow. One of the significant events of Bayezid's reign that deserves attention was the reception of Jewish refugees from Spain. In 1492, the Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella issued the Alhambra Decree, expelling all Jews who refused to convert to Christianity from the kingdoms of Castile and Aragon. The expulsion displaced a large population. Estimates vary, but likely somewhere between 100 and 200,000 people, and these refugees sought places of settlement across the Mediterranean world. Bayezid actively encouraged Sephardic Jews to settle in Ottoman territories, reportedly remarking that the Spanish monarchs had impoverished themselves by expelling people who enriched others. Large communities of Sephardic Jews settled in Thessaloniki, Constantinople, Edirne, and other Ottoman cities, bringing with them skills in commerce, medicine, textile production, and other crafts that contributed to the Ottoman economy. They also brought their language, Ladino, a form of medieval Spanish, which they maintained for centuries as a distinct community tongue. Ottoman administrative and economic structures continued to develop during Bayezid's reign. The Timar system, the mechanism by which the Ottoman state rewarded military service, deserves explanation because it was fundamental to how the empire functioned at the provincial and local level. A timar was a grant of revenue, specifically, the right to collect taxes from a defined piece of agricultural land and its associated villages, given to a cavalry soldier in exchange for military service. The holder of a timar, called a sipahi, was responsible for equipping himself for war and reporting to his provincial commander when called up. He was not a feudal lord in the Western European sense. He did not own the land. He collected specified revenues from it, and the timar could be taken away if he failed to fulfill his military obligations or if he died without an heir the state was willing to recognize. The state maintained registers listing all timar holders, the revenues their grants produced, and the military obligations attached to each grant. This system allowed the Ottoman state to maintain a large cavalry force distributed across its provinces without paying them centrally in cash, which would have been enormously expensive. The sipahi drew his living from his timar revenues and was therefore self-financing in peacetime, reducing the burden on the central treasury. In wartime, he joined the provincial levy and rode to war with whatever equipment his revenues allowed him to maintain. The system created a class of rural military landholders who had a strong interest in the stability and continued prosperity of their assigned territories, since their income depended directly on the agricultural output of those territories. Alongside the Sipahi cavalry maintained through the Timar system, the Janissaries formed the standing infantry force of the Central Army, paid in regular wages from the imperial treasury. The relationship between these two types of military organization, the provincial cavalry supported by land revenues and the standing infantry supported by central funds, was a recurring axis of tension in Ottoman military affairs, particularly as the later 16th century would see the relative importance of the Janissaries rise and the Sipahi cavalry begin a long decline. Tax administration at the local level was managed by the Qadis, Islamic judges who served simultaneously as legal adjudicators and as administrative officials with responsibilities for maintaining market regulations, overseeing weights and measures, recording legal transactions, and handling a wide range of civil matters. The Qadis court was the point of contact between the Ottoman legal system and the ordinary population, and the Qadis registers, court records that survive in enormous numbers from the 16th century onward, are among the most important sources for understanding everyday life in Ottoman cities and towns. The Qadis were appointed by the central government, served defined terms, and were rotated between positions to reduce the accumulation of local influence and the corruption that came with it. Provincial governors, Beylerbeys overseeing the larger provinces and Sancakbeys governing the subdivisions, were military commanders as well as civil administrators. They maintained households of cavalry retainers, commanded the provincial levy in wartime, supervised tax collection, and kept order in their territories. Their relationship with the central government was mediated through the Grand Vizier and through the Imperial Council, the Divan, which was the central deliberative and administrative body of the Ottoman state, meeting regularly to handle judicial appeals, receive petitions, manage foreign correspondence, and address administrative matters that required central attention. The Grand Vizier presided over the Divan in the Sultan's absence, and by the later 15th and 16th centuries the Grand Vizier was effectively the primary executive of the imperial government, responsible for translating the Sultan's will into administrative action and for managing the vast machinery of the state on a day-to-day basis. The Grand Vizierate was an extraordinarily powerful position, and it was also an extraordinarily dangerous one. Grand Viziers who fell from favor could be dismissed, imprisoned, or executed with little ceremony, a constant reminder of the conditional nature of even the highest offices. The succession crisis that ended Bayezid's reign was more serious and more drawn out than those that had followed earlier Ottoman deaths. Bayezid had several sons, and by the first decade of the 16th century, they were competing actively for position and influence. The three most prominent were Ahmed, Korkut, and Selim. Ahmed was for a long time considered the most likely successor, as he was the eldest of the serious candidates and had his father's apparent preference. Korkut was more intellectually inclined, interested in religious and philosophical matters, and less well-positioned for military competition. Selim was the youngest of the three main contenders and the most aggressive. Selim had been governor of Trabzon on the Black Sea coast, a frontier province distant from Constantinople. He was by temperament and reputation a forceful and impatient man, and he was unwilling to wait for his father's death before taking action to secure the succession. He moved troops toward Constantinople in 1511, which Bayezid opposed but could not easily suppress given the fragmentation of loyalties within the military. The Janissaries, a decisive force in any succession conflict, showed increasing sympathy for Selim over the other candidates. In 1512, under pressure from the Janissaries and from Selim's continued military positioning, Bayezid abdicated in favor of Selim. He died shortly afterward, in April 1512, while traveling toward his birthplace. Whether his death was natural or assisted has been a subject of speculation, but it cannot be established from the available evidence. Selim moved quickly to eliminate his rivals. His brothers Ahmed and Korkut were captured and executed. His nephews, the sons of his brothers, were similarly killed, a thorough application of the fratricide principle that left him as the undisputed ruler of an empire whose internal succession dynamics had been made quite clear. Selim I ruled from 1512 to 1520, a reign of only 8 years, but those 8 years produced conquests of extraordinary scale and consequence. Selim was a military leader of exceptional energy and ruthlessness. a man whose temperament ran toward direct confrontation rather than the diplomatic caution that had characterized his father. He earned the Ottoman epithet Yavuz, usually translated as the stern or the grim, which captured something of the quality his contemporaries observed in him. His first major strategic focus was in the east, where a new and formidable power had emerged. The Safavid dynasty had come to power in Persia in 1501, when a young leader named Ismail had led his forces from Azerbaijan to conquer Tabriz and declare himself Shah of Persia. The Safavids were different from previous Persian dynasties in a critically important respect. Ismail proclaimed Twelver Shia Islam as the state religion of his new empire and enforced this declaration with considerable violence against Sunni populations and institutions. This was a religious revolution of enormous consequence for the entire Muslim world. The Ottoman Empire was Sunni, as were most of the Muslim populations of the Middle East, North Africa, and Anatolia. The emergence of a powerful Shia state on the Ottoman eastern border, actively promoting Shia doctrine and attracting Shia and heterodox religious communities across the region, was a direct ideological and political challenge. The Safavid threat was not only religious in its implications. Significant populations in eastern Anatolia, including many of the Turkmen tribal groups of the region, had heterodox religious sympathies that aligned them more with Safavid religious culture than with Ottoman Sunni orthodoxy. These groups, collectively known as Kizilbas or redheads, from the distinctive red headgear associated with Safavid devotion, were a potential fifth column within Ottoman territory, populations whose loyalty to the Ottoman Sultan was uncertain and whose sympathy for the Safavid cause was real. Shah Ismail was aware of this and actively cultivated these communities, which further alarmed the Ottoman government. Selim addressed the internal dimension of this problem with characteristic severity. Before moving against the Safavids militarily, he ordered a survey and registration of suspected Kizilbas populations in Anatolia, and a substantial number, sources give figures that range widely and are difficult to verify, were executed or imprisoned. The action was intended to remove potential agents of Safavid subversion before the army marched east, and it was accompanied by a formal religious ruling, a fatwa, from Ottoman religious authorities declaring the Kizilbas to be heretics whose punishment was legitimate. The Ottoman army moved east in 1514. Shah Ismail, employing a strategy of strategic withdrawal, retreated before the advancing Ottoman force, which created enormous logistical problems for Selim. The distances involved in campaigning in eastern Anatolia and Azerbaijan were vast, the terrain was difficult, and supplying a large army over such distances through partially hostile country was a tremendous organizational challenge. There were tensions within the Ottoman army about the campaign, and at least one episode of near mutiny among forces reluctant to advance further into uncertain territory. Selim's response to expressions of dissent was characteristically uncompromising. The two armies eventually met at Calderon, in eastern Anatolia near the modern Iranian border, on August 23, 1514. The battle that followed was a decisive Ottoman victory. The Ottoman forces had a significant advantage in firearms. The Janissaries were equipped with handguns and the Ottoman artillery was extensive, while the Safavid cavalry, however skilled, lacked comparable firepower. Shah Ismail himself was wounded in the battle, and the Safavid forces broke and fled. Selim advanced to Tabriz, the Safavid capital, and occupied it briefly. The occupation was short-lived. Logistical realities and the onset of the campaigning seasons made it impossible to hold the city indefinitely. But the battle itself had demonstrated the military superiority of Ottoman forces and had dealt a severe blow to Safavid prestige. Calderon did not end the Ottoman-Safavid conflict, which would continue in various forms for more than a century. But it established the broad contours of the relationship. The Ottomans were generally militarily superior in open battle, while the Safavids proved able to recover from defeats, maintain their state, and resist permanent conquest. The border between the two empires, after various later campaigns, settled roughly along the line established in the aftermath of Calderon, separating what is now eastern Turkey from what is now northwestern Iran. With the eastern frontier secured, at least temporarily, Selim turned south. The Mamluk Sultanate, which controlled Egypt, Syria, and Palestine, had been a major power in the Arab world since the 13th century. The Mamluks were, like the Janissaries, a military caste of originally slave origin. Men brought from the Caucasus, Central Asia, and the steppe regions as young men, converted, trained as soldiers, and organized into a military elite that had governed Egypt and the surrounding regions since 1250. They had famously defeated the Mongols at the Battle of Ain Jalut in 1260, a military achievement that had given them enormous prestige in the Islamic world, and they had controlled the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, making the Mamluk Sultan the protector of the two most sacred sites in Islam. Relations between the Ottomans and the Mamluks had been tense for some decades before Selim's campaigns. They had fought a brief war in the 1480s over control of parts of southeastern Anatolia. More recently, the Mamluks had shown some sympathy for the Safavids and had attempted to mediate rather than support Ottoman military action, a position the Ottomans interpreted as at best neutral and at worst hostile. Selim saw Mamluk power as an obstacle to Ottoman expansion southward and as a rival for religious prestige in the Islamic world. The campaign against the Mamluks began in 1516. The Ottoman army moved south through Anatolia into Syria. The Mamluk Sultan Kansa al-Ghori marched north to meet them, and the two armies encountered each other at the Battle of Marj Dabak, north of Aleppo, on August 24, 1516. The Mamluks were formidable cavalry fighters with a long military tradition, but the Ottoman artillery and Janissary infantry again provided a decisive firepower advantage. The battle was a complete Ottoman victory. Kansa al-Ghori died during the fighting, apparently of a stroke or heart attack, though some sources suggest he was killed in the battle. The Mamluk army disintegrated, and Syria fell to Ottoman forces in a matter of weeks. Aleppo and Damascus were occupied, their populations generally submitting without prolonged resistance. The cities of Syria had extensive Muslim populations with no particular loyalty to the Mamluks, and Selim was careful to present himself as a ruler who respected the religious establishment and the traditional order of the cities rather than as a disruptive conqueror. He confirmed local officials in their positions where it was practical, maintained the religious endowments that supported mosques, schools, and charitable institutions, and issued reassurances to the populations of the major cities. Palestine was similarly absorbed, and Selim entered Jerusalem without significant resistance. He showed particular attention to the Muslim holy sites of the city, including the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which had been under Mamluk care and now became Ottoman responsibility. The symbolic weight of controlling Jerusalem, a city sacred to Muslims, Christians, and Jews, was not lost on Selim or on his contemporaries. A new Mamluk sultan, Tumen Bey, was installed in Egypt and attempted to organize resistance. Selim moved the army south, entering Egypt in early 1517. Another major battle at Ridania, outside Cairo, ended in another Ottoman victory, though Tumen Bey escaped and continued guerrilla resistance for a period. He was eventually captured and executed in April 1517, ending the Mamluk Sultanate. Selim occupied Cairo and, according to the sources, received the formal transfer of the caliphate from the last Abbasid caliph, a figure who had been maintained by the Mamluks in Cairo as a symbolic religious authority since the Mongol destruction of the original Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad in 1258. The historical significance and legal weight of this transfer has been debated by later scholars. The Abbasid Caliphate, as maintained in Cairo, was already largely a symbolic institution, and the Ottoman sultans had not previously claimed the caliphal title as the basis of their religious authority. But the gesture mattered symbolically, and subsequent Ottoman rulers would increasingly emphasize their role as caliphs and protectors of the holy cities. Control of Egypt brought with it the guardianship of Mecca and Medina, the holy cities to which Muslims of the entire world directed their prayers and toward which they were obligated to make the pilgrimage, if able. The Ottoman Sultan was now the Khadim al-Haramain, the servant of the two holy sanctuaries, a title of immense religious prestige that reinforced the Ottoman claim to leadership of the Sunni Muslim world. Selim organized an annual caravan to carry supplies and funds from Egypt to the holy cities and to escort pilgrims on the Hajj, an obligation he took seriously and that his successors maintained. The conquest of Egypt had another dimension of enormous practical importance. It brought the Ottomans control of the most productive agricultural territory in the Middle East. Egypt's Nile Delta produced enormous quantities of grain and sustained a large population. The revenues of Egypt added substantially to the Ottoman imperial treasury and provided resources that could support military campaigns, construction projects, and the administrative apparatus of an expanding empire. Egypt also sat astride one of the major trade routes connecting the Mediterranean world to the Indian Ocean, the route by which spices, textiles, and other luxury goods from South and Southeast Asia moved through the Red Sea to Alexandria and then onward to European markets. Control of this route had significant commercial implications, though the long-term significance would be complicated by the Portuguese development of the Atlantic route around Africa, which was already underway when Selim conquered Egypt. Selim I died in September 1520, while apparently preparing yet another military campaign. The sources suggest he may have been planning either further action against the Safavids or a campaign against the Knights of Rhodes or other Western targets. He died of illness, possibly a skin infection that developed into something more serious, though the exact cause is uncertain. He was approximately 50 years old. In his 8 years as Sultan, he had roughly doubled the territorial extent of the Ottoman Empire, bringing Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and the Hejaz under Ottoman control and dealing a decisive strategic blow to the Safavids that defined the eastern frontier for a generation. He was succeeded by his son Suleiman, who was 25 or 26 years old at the time of his accession and who had been serving as the governor of the Anatolian province of Manisa. The transition was smooth. Selim had left only one surviving son, which meant there were no fratricidal complications, and Suleiman entered Constantinople in September 1520 to begin a reign that would last 46 years and that is generally regarded as the apex of Ottoman imperial power. Suleiman is known in Western historical tradition as the Magnificent, a title that reflects European assessments of his wealth, grandeur, and power. In the Ottoman tradition, he is known as Kanuni, the Lawgiver, a title that reflects the importance placed by his own subjects on his legal and administrative achievements. Both characterizations capture something real about a ruler whose reign combined military expansion on an extraordinary scale with genuine achievements in administration, law, architecture, and cultural patronage. Suleiman was educated in the standard Ottoman royal manner: Arabic, Persian, Turkish literature, Islamic theology, history, mathematics, and the practical arts of governance. He was by all accounts intelligent and literate, capable of writing poetry of respectable quality in the Persian tradition. He was also deeply interested in administrative order, in the regulation of the state, and in the production of clear and consistent legal codes that govern the activities of all subjects from the highest officials to the ordinary cultivator. These interests were not incidental to his character. They were central to what he believed himself to be and to what he considered his primary obligations as ruler. His military campaigns began almost immediately. The fortress city of Belgrade, on the Danube, had resisted Mehmed II's siege in 1456 and remained in Hungarian hands, representing a significant obstacle to further Ottoman expansion up the Danube Valley into Central Europe. Suleiman moved against Belgrade in 1521, and this time the city fell. The garrison was unable to hold the fortress against the Ottoman artillery, and Belgrade passed into Ottoman control. It would serve as a major Ottoman base for Balkan operations for the following century and a half. The following year, Suleiman turned to the island of Rhodes, the objective that had defeated Mehmed II's expedition in 1480. The Knights of St. John had used the intervening decades to further strengthen their fortifications, but Suleiman assembled a significantly larger and better supplied force than the 1480 expedition. The siege began in the summer of 1522. The knights defended with great skill and determination, and the siege lasted into December before the garrison, reduced and exhausted, negotiated terms of surrender. Suleiman permitted the knights to leave Rhodes with their lives, their weapons, and their portable property, a notable act of formal generosity that made an impression on European observers. The knights eventually settled on Malta, where they would later again confront the Ottomans under very different circumstances. The fall of Rhodes removed the last significant Christian military presence in the eastern Mediterranean, completing Ottoman naval dominance of those waters. The year 1526 produced what is generally considered one of the most consequential battles of the 16th century in terms of its impact on European history. The Kingdom of Hungary, which had been a significant power in Central Europe and the primary military counterweight to Ottoman expansion up the Danube, had been weakening in the years before Suleiman's reign. The Hungarian nobility was deeply factionalized, royal authority was contested, and the military resources available to the Hungarian crown were substantially less than they had been in earlier decades when Hungary had been able to field the armies that had checked Ottoman expansion at Nicopolis and had frustrated Ottoman ambitions in the northern Balkans. Suleiman marched north from Constantinople in April 1526 with a large army. He crossed the Danube and advanced into Hungarian territory. The Hungarian king, Louis II, gathered what forces he could and moved south to meet the Ottoman army. The two forces met at Mohacs, on the Danube plain in southern Hungary, on August 29, 1526. The battle was brief and catastrophically decisive. The Hungarian cavalry charged the Ottoman lines with characteristic boldness and was destroyed by Ottoman artillery and janissary fire. Louis II fled the field and drowned in a stream while retreating. The Hungarian noble leadership suffered enormous casualties in the engagement. The battle lasted, by some accounts, less than 2 hours. After Mohacs, Suleiman advanced northward through Hungary, occupying Buda, the Hungarian capital, without significant resistance. He did not immediately annex Hungary. He withdrew from Buda after a period, his logistical situation making a permanent occupation at this stage impractical. But the political map of Central Europe had been fundamentally redrawn. Hungary as an independent kingdom was effectively destroyed at Mohacs, though the full consolidation of Ottoman control over central Hungary would take another decade and a half. The power vacuum left by Hungary's collapse was filled, in part, by the Habsburgs, the dynastic house that controlled Austria, the Holy Roman Empire, and, since 1516, Spain. Ferdinand of Habsburg, the brother of the Emperor Charles V, claimed the Hungarian crown through his wife, who was Louis II's sister. A rival claimant, John Zapolya, was backed by the Ottomans. This contest drew the Habsburgs into direct confrontation with the Ottomans and established the Ottoman-Habsburg conflict as one of the defining strategic relationships of the 16th century. Suleiman marched against Vienna in 1529. Vienna was the Habsburg capital and the gateway to the Western European heartland. Its fall would have opened Central Europe to Ottoman advance. The Ottoman army arrived before Vienna in September 1529 and began siege operations, but the campaign faced serious difficulties. The army had marched an enormous distance from Constantinople, logistics were strained, the Ottoman heavy artillery had been left behind because the roads and the season made transport impractical, and the weather in the final weeks of the siege became unfavorable. The garrison of Vienna, reinforced and determined, held the walls through a series of Ottoman assaults. In October 1529, with the campaigning season ending and supply lines stretched to their limit, Suleiman withdrew. The siege of Vienna in 1529 did not produce a decisive outcome. The city was not taken, but neither was the Ottoman army destroyed, and the campaign demonstrated the enormous geographic extent to which Ottoman military power could project. A second campaign in 1532 brought a large Ottoman army again to the borders of Austrian territory, but Suleiman was drawn into a prolonged engagement at the Fortress of Guns, defended by a tiny Croatian garrison under Nikola Jurišić, and by the time that obstacle was dealt with, the campaigning season had again narrowed the window for a direct advance on Vienna. Charles V had assembled a very large army for the defense of Austria, and rather than risk a major engagement against this force late in the season, Suleiman withdrew again. The Habsburg-Ottoman frontier in Hungary stabilized, roughly speaking, as a contested border zone, with neither power able to deliver a decisive blow against the other, and both engaged in a prolonged strategic competition that would continue for the remainder of the century. Ottoman expansion into Europe was not purely a military affair. The process of incorporating the Balkan territories into the Ottoman system had been ongoing for over a century by Suleiman's reign, and the administrative structures governing these territories were well developed. The Balkan provinces generated substantial tax revenues, provided military manpower through both the devshirme and local recruitment, and contained major cities, Thessaloniki, Sarajevo, Sofia, Belgrade, that were growing and commercially active under Ottoman administration. The Ottoman system of governance in the Balkans relied heavily on the structures already described: provincial governors, timar holding cavalry sipahis, cutty courts, and the various tax registers and administrative records that allowed the central government to know what it possessed and what it could expect to receive. The empire also had a sophisticated system for the assessment and recording of its resources. The Tapu Tahrir, or cadastral survey, was a regular enumeration of population, land, and taxable resources conducted across Ottoman provinces. These surveys, which survive in large numbers from the 16th century, recorded the names and fiscal status of households, the cultivated area of agricultural land, the revenues of villages, towns, and markets, and a wealth of other demographic and economic information. They were the instruments by which the central government maintained knowledge of its provincial resources and could therefore tax and administer them effectively. The Mediterranean dimension of Suleiman's reign was no less significant than the European. The Ottoman navy, which had been growing steadily since the late 15th century, reached a new level of capability and ambition under Suleiman, largely through the influence and talent of a naval commander named Hayreddin, better known in Western history as Barbarossa, a name that referred to his red beard. Hayreddin and his brother Arij had been corsairs operating out of the North African coast, building bases in Algeria and Tunisia, and conducting raids against Spanish and Italian shipping and coastlines. Their activities had brought them into conflict with the Habsburgs, who controlled Spain and were attempting to extend their influence along the North African coast. Hayreddin, facing Habsburg pressure, placed himself under Ottoman suzerainty in 1519, offering the Ottomans control of the North African territories he had assembled in exchange for Ottoman military support and political legitimacy. Suleiman recognized the strategic value of this arrangement. North Africa provided bases from which to threaten the Western Mediterranean and to challenge Habsburg naval dominance of those waters. Hayreddin was brought to Constantinople in 1533 and appointed Grand Admiral of the Ottoman fleet, given resources and authority to build up Ottoman naval power, and directed to conduct operations in the Mediterranean on the Sultan's behalf. Under his command, the Ottoman fleet became a formidable force capable of projecting power across the entire Mediterranean basin. The strategic contest between the Ottoman navy and the Habsburg-led Christian coalition played out across several major engagements. The Battle of Preveza in 1538 was a significant Ottoman naval victory over a combined Christian fleet organized by the papacy, Venice, and the Habsburgs under the command of the Genoese Admiral Andrea Doria. The Ottoman victory at Preveza effectively established Ottoman naval dominance in the eastern Mediterranean for the following generation and demonstrated that the naval power Mehmed II and his successors had been building was now capable of confronting the most experienced naval forces in the Western world. Hayreddin also conducted a series of devastating raids along the coasts of Italy and Spain, carrying off large numbers of captives who were enslaved and brought to North Africa or to Ottoman territories. The corsair economy of the North African coast, which was sustained by raiding, ransom, and the slave trade, was deeply embedded in the broader Ottoman maritime world, providing revenues, manpower, and naval experience. The North African provinces of Algeria, Tunisia, and eventually Tripolitania became Ottoman dependencies, governed by military commanders who maintained the corsair tradition while acknowledging Ottoman suzerainty and providing naval resources when called upon. The legal and administrative achievements of Suleiman's reign, for which he received the title Kanuni, were substantial and lasting. He undertook a comprehensive revision and expansion of the Ottoman canon, producing legal codes that covered criminal law, land tenure, tax obligations, administrative procedure, and a wide range of other matters. The Suleimanic law codes attempted to systematize and regularize the relationship between the state and its subjects, to eliminate inconsistencies and local variations that had accumulated over the decades of rapid expansion, and to provide clear guidelines for the Qadis and other officials who administered justice and governance at the local level. The Land Law Code in particular addressed the complex relationship between the Timar system, the rights of cultivators, the obligations of landholders, and the tax revenues due to the state. It attempted to stabilize the legal position of the rural agricultural population, providing protections against certain forms of expropriation and clarifying the tax obligations that peasant cultivators owed to timar holders and to the state. The legal status of different categories of agricultural land, state land, endowed land, private land, was defined and regulated. These were not merely abstract legal exercises. They governed the daily economic reality of the large majority of the Ottoman population, which was engaged in agriculture. The administrative regulation of urban economic life was similarly detailed. The Ottoman state maintained close supervision of markets, guilds, and artisanal production through a combination of the Cadi's court and the office of the Matisib, a market inspector who was responsible for supervising the quality of goods, the accuracy of weights and measures, the licensing of craftsmen and traders, and the enforcement of price regulations. Ottoman cities had organized guilds for virtually every significant craft and trade: bakers, butchers, tanners, weavers, dyers, jewelers, ropemakers, and dozens of others, each with defined membership, regulated practices, and obligations both to their members and to the public and state authorities. The guild system provided a framework of quality control and economic organization, though it also had the tendency to limit competition and inhibit innovation that such protective associations often produce. The architectural achievements of Suleiman's reign were extraordinary in their scale, quality, and geographic distribution. The chief instrument of this architectural program was Suleiman's court architect, Mimar Sinan, who served as the imperial architect for 50 years and produced a body of work that represents the peak of classical Ottoman architecture. Sinan came from a Christian background. He had been brought into imperial service through the Devshirme and had served as a military engineer in various campaigns before being appointed as chief architect in the 1530s. His experience in military engineering informed his approach to structural problems, and he combined this with a deep understanding of classical architectural tradition and an extraordinary capacity for spatial innovation. Sinan's most celebrated work was the Suleimani Mosque complex in Constantinople, commissioned by Suleiman himself and completed in 1557. The Suleimani sits on one of the city's prominent hills, dominating the skyline in the approach from the Golden Horn. The mosque itself is a masterpiece of spatial organization, with a dome of impressive dimensions supported by a system of semi-domes and subsidiary arches that creates a sense of luminous, unified interior space. The complex surrounding the mosque included a double madris, Islamic theological school, a school for the teaching of hadith, a medical school, a hospital, a caravanserai, bathhouses, shops whose rents supported the endowment, a soup kitchen that served the poor, and the tombs of Suleiman and his wife Hurrem. The Qal'ah was not only an architectural achievement, but a comprehensive social institution, endowed in perpetuity to provide education, medical care, and charity to the population of the city. Sinan's genius expressed itself across hundreds of buildings distributed throughout the empire: mosques, madrises, caravanserais, bridges, aqueducts, hammams, and palaces in cities from Constantinople to Cairo, from Edirne to Jerusalem. His greatest work, by his own later assessment, was the Selimite Mosque in Edirne, completed in 1575 after Suleiman's death, but much of his mature style was developed during Suleiman's reign. Ottoman architectural patronage under Suleiman was not limited to the capital. Provincial governors, members of the imperial family, and wealthy officials commissioned buildings throughout the empire, creating an architectural landscape that was visually cohesive, all working within the same classical Ottoman idiom, while adapted to local conditions and purposes. The cultural life of the Ottoman court under Suleiman was sophisticated and cosmopolitan. Persian was the language of high literary culture and Ottoman literary production, poetry, history, geography, theological and philosophical writing, was largely conducted in an Ottoman Turkish heavily inflected with Persian and Arabic vocabulary and structured by Persian literary conventions. Suleiman himself wrote poetry under the pen name Mahibi, leaving a substantial divan, a collected body of verse that was well regarded in its time. He patronized poets, scholars, and historians, and his court attracted literary figures from across the Persian-speaking world. The relationship between Suleiman and his chief minister Ibrahim Pasha, who served as Grand Vizier from 1523 to 1536, was one of the most discussed of the reign. Ibrahim had been a close companion of Suleiman from before his accession, and the two had a relationship of genuine personal warmth and trust that was unusual in the often cold calculations of Ottoman court life. Ibrahim was an exceptionally capable administrator and diplomat, and his influence over the Sultan's policies was substantial. He conducted campaigns in Hungary and Persia on Suleiman's behalf and handled major diplomatic negotiations. In 1536, he was executed in the palace, an abrupt end to 13 years of extraordinary power. The exact reasons for his execution remain unclear from the sources. Traditional accounts emphasize the influence of Suleiman's wife Hurrem and her rivalry with Ibrahim, but these accounts were largely written after the fact, and their reliability is uncertain. Hurrem Sultan, known in European sources as Roxolana, was herself a figure of remarkable influence in Suleiman's court. She had come into the Ottoman household as a slave, probably from somewhere in the region of modern Ukraine or Poland, and had risen to become Suleiman's favorite concubine and eventually his legal wife. An unusual step, as Ottoman sultans had generally not formally married the women of their household since the early period of the empire. Hurrem bore Suleiman several sons and maintained her position in the imperial household over decades, exercising influence over appointments and court affairs through her access to the sultan. She was also a patron of architecture in her own right, commissioning a mosque complex in Constantinople and charitable buildings in Jerusalem. The question of how much political influence she actually exercised, as opposed to how much she was blamed for things that happened around her, is difficult to answer given the limitations and biases of the sources. The succession politics of Suleiman's reign were ultimately tragic and illustrate the destructive potential of the Ottoman succession system even in its most formalized version. Suleiman had a son from before Hurrem named Mustafa, widely regarded as capable, personally impressive, and popular with the Janissaries. He also had sons by Hurrem, most prominently Selim and Bayezid. As Suleiman aged and the question of succession became more pressing, the competition among his sons intensified. Mustafa was the son with the clearest claim in terms of ability and seniority, but he was not Hurrem's son, and the court factions around each of the candidates maneuvered vigorously. In 1553, Suleiman ordered the execution of Mustafa, having been convinced, through accusations whose origin is disputed by historians, that Mustafa had been conspiring with the Safavids. The execution was carried out in the Sultan's tent during a campaign in Anatolia. Mustafa had come to the tent at his father's summons and was strangled there. The reaction among the Ottoman military and public was one of grief and outrage. Mustafa had been genuinely popular, and the circumstances of his death cast a shadow over Suleiman's later years. A rebellion broke out briefly in Anatolia, quickly suppressed, that reflected the depth of popular feeling about what had happened. After Mustafa's death, the competition between Selim and Bayezid intensified until it broke into open conflict. In 1559, the two brothers fought a battle in Anatolia in which Selim's forces defeated those of Bayezid. Bayezid fled east with his family and sought refuge at the Safavid court. Suleiman negotiated with the Safavid Shah to have Bayezid surrendered, offering a large sum of money in exchange. The Safavids agreed, and Bayezid and his sons were executed in 1561. This left Selim as the undisputed heir to the throne. The final years of Suleiman's reign saw the Ottoman Empire continuing to project power on multiple fronts, though the campaigns of this period were generally less dramatically successful than those of the earlier decades. The Siege of Malta in 1565, the most significant military operation of Suleiman's last years, ended in failure. The Knights of St. John, who had been expelled from Rhodes in 1522 and had settled on Malta, had developed the island into a powerful fortress. An Ottoman force laid siege to Malta in May 1565 with a large army and fleet. The Knights, under their Grand Master Jean de Valette and reinforced by Spanish relief forces, defended the island with extraordinary tenacity through a siege that lasted until September. The Ottoman forces suffered enormous casualties in repeated assaults and eventually withdrew, having failed to take the fortress. The defeat at Malta was a significant setback, and the news of it spread rapidly through Europe. generating considerable celebration in Christian courts that had followed the siege with intense anxiety. It did not fundamentally alter the balance of power. The Ottoman Empire was still the dominant force in the Mediterranean and in southeastern Europe, but it demonstrated that the empire was not invincible and that determined, well-fortified defenders with adequate supplies could resist Ottoman siege warfare. Suleiman died on September 7, 1566, during a campaign in Hungary at the siege of the fortress of Sigetvar. He was approximately 72 years old, though the precise date of his birth is uncertain. He had been in poor health for some time, and he died during the night before what would have been the fortress's final assault. The news of his death was concealed from the army for several weeks to prevent disorder, and the campaign was concluded before the death was announced. His body was eventually brought back to Constantinople and buried in the Turb, the mausoleum he had already constructed beside the Suleimani Mosque. The empire that Suleiman left behind was the largest the Ottoman dynasty had yet governed. It stretched from Hungary and the edge of Austria in the northwest, across the Balkans and Anatolia, through Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, along the North African coast, as far as Algeria, down through the Hijaz and the guardianship of the holy cities, and eastward to the contested border with Safavid Persia. It controlled the Black Sea and much of the eastern Mediterranean. Its population was in the tens of millions, comprising an extraordinary diversity of languages, religions, and cultures bound together by a common administrative framework, a common legal and fiscal system, and the authority of the Sultan. The administrative machinery of the state, the provincial governors, the timar holders, the cutty courts, the janissary corps, the palace bureaucracy, the great financial registers, was more developed, more systematic, and more capable than it had ever been. The institutions that had been built up since Orhan took Bursa more than 2 centuries earlier had been elaborated, regularized, and documented in the legal codes of successive sultans, most comprehensively under Suleiman himself. The empire's position at the center of 3 continents gave it enormous strategic and commercial advantages, and the revenues flowing from Egypt, Syria, Anatolia, and the Balkan provinces sustained a state that could field large armies, build monumental architecture, and maintain a court of visible splendor. And yet, at the moment of its greatest apparent power, the seeds of future difficulty were already present. The system of provincial military organization built around the Timar holding Sipahi was beginning to show strain under the pressure of changing military technology. Infantry with firearms were becoming increasingly important relative to cavalry, and the Ottoman military system had not yet fully adapted to this shift. The Janissary Corps, which had been an institution of rigid discipline and strict professional standards, was showing signs of the political ambitions and institutional conservatism that would complicate Ottoman military reform in subsequent generations. The long competition with the Habsburgs had produced stalemate rather than decisive Ottoman advantage in Europe, and the limits of Ottoman logistical reach, the sheer physical distance between Constantinople and Vienna, had become apparent through 2 failed siege attempts. The commercial environment was also shifting in ways that were not yet fully legible in 1566. The Portuguese development of the sea route around Africa to the Indian Ocean had been offering an alternative to the Ottoman-controlled land and sea routes for the spice and luxury trade since the early 16th century. And while the impact on Ottoman commerce was not yet catastrophic, the direction of change was significant. The Atlantic world was growing in economic importance in ways that would, over the following generations, steadily reduce the relative weight of the Eastern Mediterranean trade routes that the Ottoman Empire had dominated. These were not the concerns of the moment as Suleiman's reign ended. In 1566, the Ottoman Empire was at its height, the most powerful state in the known world by most contemporary measures, the inheritor of Roman imperial traditions, the guardian of the holy cities, the conqueror of vast territories from the Danube to the Nile. The transition to Selim II, which followed in the autumn of 1566, marked the beginning of a new phase, one in which the empire would continue to function, to administer, to expand in limited directions, and to project power, but in which the trajectory of growth and institutional vitality that had characterized the preceding century and a half would begin, slowly and unevenly, to level and eventually to bend in a different direction. Selim II came to the throne in the autumn of 1566 as a man of approximately 42 years, the sole surviving son of Suleiman and the undisputed heir to an empire that stretched across 3 continents. The circumstances of his accession were, by Ottoman standards, unusually uncomplicated. The fratricidal competition that had consumed his brothers Mustafa and Bayezid had resolved itself before Suleiman's death, leaving Selim without a rival to eliminate. He had served as governor of Manisa, as his father and grandfather had before him, and he had some experience of administration, though his reputation among both contemporary observers and later historians has not generally been one of particular energy or intellectual ambition. What Selim inherited was not a state in crisis. The administrative machinery that Suleiman had spent decades refining continued to function. The provincial governors collected taxes, the Cutty courts adjudicated disputes, the Janissary Corps maintained its payrolls, and the fleet patrolled the eastern Mediterranean. The enormous institutional weight of the empire carried forward by its own momentum, which was one of the central achievements of the preceding century of institution building. A state that depended entirely on the personal energy of its ruler would have been far more vulnerable to the transition from an extraordinary sultan to an ordinary one. The Ottoman state in 1566 was not that fragile, but the shift was real nonetheless. Suleiman had governed with direct personal engagement, riding on campaign, attending the divan, and maintaining close oversight of the machinery of government. Selim was less inclined to campaign in person, and the tendency of sultans to withdraw from direct participation in governance, to remain in the palace while grand viziers conducted the day-to-day business of the state, became more pronounced from his reign onward. This was not simply a matter of personal temperament. It reflected a structural evolution in how the Ottoman state organized itself. The Grand Vizierate became increasingly the effective center of executive power, with the Sultan a more distant sovereign whose approval was sought, but whose active participation in administration was less consistent. The great campaigns of Selim's reign were conducted by his commanders rather than by the Sultan himself, a pattern that would characterize most subsequent Ottoman reigns. The most significant military operation of the early years was the conquest of Cyprus. The island, which had been under Venetian control since 1489, was a major commercial and strategic position in the eastern Mediterranean, and its acquisition had been discussed in Ottoman strategic circles for some years. In 1570, an Ottoman force invaded Cyprus. The island's largest city, Nicosia, fell after a relatively brief siege. Famagusta, the main Venetian military stronghold and a heavily fortified port, mounted a prolonged and determined defense under the Venetian commander Marcantonio Bragadin. The garrison held out for nearly a year against repeated Ottoman assaults before being forced to negotiate terms of surrender in August 1571. The aftermath of the surrender was brutal. Bragadin was tortured and killed in a manner that became widely known in Europe, but the island itself was incorporated into the Ottoman provincial system and would remain Ottoman for the following 3 centuries. The fall of Cyprus galvanized the formation of a Christian coalition to resist Ottoman naval power. Pope Pius V organized the Holy League, drawing together the naval forces of Spain, Venice, Genoa, the Papal States, and several smaller Italian powers, placing them under the command of Don John of Austria, the illegitimate son of the Emperor Charles V and half-brother of Philip II of Spain. The combined fleet assembled in the western Mediterranean and moved eastward, and in the Gulf of Patras, near the Greek port of Lepanto, known in Greek as Naupactos. The two fleets encountered each other on October 7, 1571. The Battle of Lepanto was the largest naval engagement in the Mediterranean since antiquity, by some measures the largest in early modern history to that point. The Christian fleet numbered somewhere around 208 galleys and other vessels, the Ottoman fleet somewhat more. The engagement was direct, brutal, and decided by firepower and boarding combat in a way that favored the heavier armament of the Christian ships. The Ottoman fleet suffered catastrophic losses. Somewhere between 170 and 210 galleys sunk or captured, depending on the source, along with enormous casualties among the oarsmen, soldiers, and sailors aboard them. The Ottoman commander Ali Pasha was killed. It was the largest defeat suffered by Ottoman naval forces in the empire's history. The news of Lepanto spread rapidly through Europe, and was received with celebrations of extraordinary fervor. Church bells rang, poems and paintings were commissioned, and the victory was interpreted in much of the Catholic world as a providential deliverance. The battle acquired enormous symbolic resonance, marking in European consciousness the moment at which Ottoman naval expansion in the Mediterranean had been checked and the possibility of Ottoman invincibility had been denied. The strategic consequences of Lepanto, however, were considerably more limited than its symbolic weight suggested. The Holy League dissolved fairly quickly afterward, as the conflicting interests of Venice, Spain, and the other members reasserted themselves and made sustained coordinated action impossible. The Ottoman state, for its part, responded to the defeat with a rapidity that demonstrated the depth of its resources. Selim's Grand Vizier, Sokollu Mehmed Pasha, a man who had served as Grand Vizier since 1565 and who was among the most capable Ottoman administrators of the 16th century, reportedly told the Venetian ambassador that the Venetians had cut off the empire's beard at Lepanto, while the Ottomans had cut off Venice's arm at Cyprus, and that a beard grows back while an arm does not. Whether or not these exact words were spoken, they captured something accurate about the situation. Within 2 years of Lepanto, the Ottoman navy had been substantially rebuilt, new ships constructed and equipped, and the fleet restored to operational capacity. The specific commanders and experienced sailors lost at Lepanto were harder to replace than the ships, and Ottoman naval quality in the Western Mediterranean was somewhat diminished in the following decades, but the fleet remained a major force in the Eastern Mediterranean. Venice, exhausted by the costs of the war and unwilling to continue without Spanish support that was not reliably forthcoming, negotiated a separate peace with the Ottomans in 1573, ceding Cyprus formally and agreeing to pay a substantial indemnity. Spain attempted some continued operations in North Africa, but achieved nothing decisive. The Mediterranean frontier between Ottoman and Christian naval powers settled into a rough equilibrium that would persist for the remainder of the 16th century, with Ottoman dominance in the east and Spanish dominance in the far west, and neither side able or willing to commit the resources necessary for a decisive confrontation. Selim too died in December 1574, having ruled for 8 years. He was succeeded by his son Murad III, whose reign lasted until 1595 and was dominated less by the Sultan's personal activities than by the struggles of competing factions within the Ottoman court. Murad III was not without intelligence, and he maintained some involvement in governance, but his reign is particularly notable for the rise of what historians have called harem politics, the increasing influence of the Sultan's household, particularly his mother and his chief concubine, over appointments, patronage, and court affairs. The institution of the imperial harem had been developing throughout the 16th century, accelerating from the time of Suleiman and Hurrem. The harem was not simply a domestic institution. It was, in a significant sense, a center of power. The women of the Sultan's household had no formal role in the administrative or military structures of the empire, but they had access to the Sultan's person, which was access to the most consequential single individual in the entire political system. A mother, wife, or favored concubine who could influence the Sultan's preferences, shape his perception of officials, or intercede for appointments exercised real power, even if that power was informal, personal, and dependent on continued favor. The Valide Sultan, the Sultan's mother, held the most prestigious and generally most influential position in the household. When a new sultan came to the throne, his mother moved from whatever provincial post her son had governed to Constantinople, where she presided over the household and occupied a position of recognized authority. The influence of the Valide Sultan over her son, and through him over the empire, varied enormously with personal character and the specific dynamics of each reign, but it was a structural feature of the Ottoman political system from the late 16th century onward that the historian Leslie Pierce, in her detailed study of the institution, has called the Sultanate of Women, a period in which female members of the dynasty exercised unusual political visibility and influence. In Murad III's reign, the influence of his mother Nurbanu Sultan and later his chief concubine Safae Sultan was significant. Grand viziers were appointed and dismissed with some frequency. Several served during Murad's reign, and the distribution of offices and honors was subject to the pressures of competing court factions in a way that made consistent administrative policy difficult. The Devshirm system, which had supplied the palace school with talented young men who then moved into administrative and military positions, was producing officials whose loyalties were often more to their patrons within the palace than to any abstract conception of imperial service, and the network of factional allegiance that connected officials to their backers was one of the persistent features of late Ottoman court life. Murad III's reign saw significant military activity on both the western and eastern frontiers. In the west, the long Turkish war against the Habsburgs began in the 1590s after a period of relative peace, producing a prolonged and costly conflict that stretched across Hungary and the Balkans. On the eastern frontier, warfare against the Safavids resumed, producing a long conflict that began in 1578 and continued until 1590. The Eastern War was ultimately favorable to the Ottomans, with the Treaty of Constantinople in 1590 producing significant territorial gains in the Caucasus and Azerbaijan. These were among the largest territorial additions the Ottomans would make after Suleiman's era, and they represented a high-water mark of Ottoman expansion to the east, though the gains proved difficult to hold permanently. Mehmed III succeeded his father in 1595 and immediately enacted the fratricidal law in its most extensive application in Ottoman history. He had 19 brothers, all of whom were strangled on the day of his accession. This was the largest single instance of the practice, and its scale produced a reaction, grief, unease, and eventually a reconsideration that contributed to the eventual abandonment of systematic fratricide as Ottoman succession policy. The killings were no less ruthless than in earlier applications of the principle, but the sheer number this time made it impossible to ignore. The long Turkish War, which Mehmed inherited, produced one of the most significant Ottoman military reverses in Europe in many decades. The Battle of Karastes in 1596 was an Ottoman victory, and Mehmed III was present on the campaign, one of the last sultans to lead an army personally in the field, but the war as a whole was grinding and expensive, with neither side able to deliver a decisive blow. The Habsburgs in this period had improved their military techniques and their fortifications in Hungary, and the Ottoman military system was beginning to encounter challenges that it had not faced so acutely in the previous century. The long Turkish War finally concluded with the Treaty of Zitvatorok in 1606, during the reign of Ahmed I, who had come to the throne in 1603 at the age of around 13 or 14. The treaty was significant not only for its territorial provisions, which were relatively limited, but for its diplomatic language. Earlier peace agreements between the Ottomans and the Habsburgs had reflected Ottoman assumptions of superiority. The Habsburg ruler was addressed as a vassal-like subordinate, and the terms reflected Ottoman magnanimity toward a lesser party. Zitvatorok treated the two sides as equals, acknowledging the Holy Roman Emperor as a sovereign of equivalent standing to the Ottoman Sultan. This was a significant symbolic concession, however the Ottoman court might privately characterize it, and it reflected the changed military reality of the frontier. Ahmed I's reign is notable for a decision that altered the Ottoman succession system fundamentally. When Ahmed came to the throne as a young adolescent, his only surviving male relative of the dynasty was his younger brother Mustafa. Following the fratricidal principle would have required Mustafa's execution. Ahmed chose not to do this, whether from personal reluctance, political calculation, or the influence of advisors who had absorbed the public reaction to Mehmed III's 19 executions is uncertain. Mustafa survived, confined in a set of apartments within the palace that would come to be known as the Cafes, the cage, a term that captured the nature of the arrangement, in which potential heirs to the throne lived in the palace under supervision, cut off from normal political life, prevented from gaining administrative or military experience, but alive. The shift from fratricide to confinement had significant consequences for the quality of Ottoman rulers in the following generations. Young men who spent years or decades confined in the cafes, surrounded by a small household of attendants, without access to the experiences of provincial governance that earlier princes had received, were poorly prepared for the demands of the Sultanate. Several of the sultans of the 17th century came to the throne after long periods of confinement that had done nothing to equip them for governance, and the results were sometimes clearly damaging. The institution also meant that succession no longer always went to the sultan's sons. Under a new principle of seniority within the dynasty, the oldest surviving male member of the Ottoman family would inherit, which sometimes meant brothers or cousins rather than sons, making the issue of maternal influence in succession less determinate. Ahmed I is also remembered for a major architectural achievement: the construction of what Europeans came to call the Blue Mosque, built in the early 17th century directly across from the Hagia Sophia on the main square of Constantinople. The mosque, formerly known as the Sultan Ahmed Mosque, was designed by Sedefkar Mehmed Aga, a student of Sinan, and was notable for having 6 minarets rather than the more usual 4, a feature that reportedly created diplomatic difficulties because the mosque at Mecca also had 6 minarets, necessitating the construction of a 7th at Mecca to maintain its uniqueness. The interior of the mosque was decorated with tens of thousands of Iznik tiles in shades of blue and turquoise, creating the visual impression that gave the building its European nickname. The Blue Mosque represented a continuation of the great Ottoman imperial building tradition and demonstrated that the empire retained both the wealth and the architectural ambition to commission monuments of this scale. The first decade of the 17th century also saw one of the most serious crises of rural order the Ottoman Empire had yet faced. The Salali rebellions, named after a 16th century rebel figure whose name had become a generic term for provincial disorder, were a wave of large-scale banditry, local warlordism, and rural uprising that swept through much of Anatolia between roughly 1595 and 1610. The scale and persistence of the Salali disturbances were products of multiple intersecting pressures that had been building for decades. The most important of these was the transformation of the military and fiscal system under the pressures of changing warfare and monetary conditions. The Timur holding Sipahi cavalry, which had formed the backbone of the provincial military system, was becoming less militarily relevant. 16th century warfare increasingly rewarded infantry equipped with firearms over cavalry, and the Ottoman state had been expanding its Janissary Corps and other infantry forces paid in cash wages from the central treasury. This expansion required money, and the money came partly from converting Timurs from military service grants back into tax revenues that the central treasury collected directly. Sipahis who lost their Timurs or found their revenues inadequate lost their economic basis, and the Anatolian countryside filled with former soldiers who lacked employment and lacked the means to settle productively into agriculture. At the same time, the 16th century had witnessed the penetration of the Ottoman economy by the wave of monetary inflation associated with the massive influx of silver from the New World into the Mediterranean economy. Spanish silver, mined in the Americas and flowing through European trade networks, depreciated the value of silver coinage across the region, reducing the real value of fixed cash payments. Janissary wages, fixed in nominal silver terms, bought less and less as prices rose. Tax revenues denominated in silver were worth less in real terms even as the nominal amounts remained the same. Officials whose salaries had been adequate in 1550 found them insufficient in 1600. The pressures this created rippled through every level of the Ottoman financial system. Demographic growth added another layer of strain. The 16th century had been a period of population expansion across much of the Ottoman Empire, particularly in Anatolia, and the land available for cultivation was not expanding at the same rate. Rural poverty increased, agricultural families divided their land among more children, and the marginal population of young men with limited economic prospects grew. This reservoir of the economically displaced provided the manpower for the armed bands that coalesced around Salali leaders, men who could offer irregular soldiers the prospect of plunder and local power in the absence of legitimate employment. The Salali disturbances at their peak involved armed forces of significant size, capable of defeating provincial military units and temporarily controlling large territories. Entire regions of Anatolia saw their rural populations flee to walled towns or immigrate altogether, creating what the sources describe as the Great Flight, a movement of people from the countryside toward urban centers or toward other regions that proved safer. Agricultural land fell out of cultivation, villages were abandoned, and the tax revenues the state depended on from these territories dropped sharply. The crisis was a profound one. and its effects were felt for decades in the form of diminished rural population and reduced agricultural productivity in many parts of Anatolia. The suppression of the Salali rebellions was accomplished gradually through a combination of military pressure, negotiation with the more prominent rebel leaders, and the absorption of some rebel forces into the Ottoman military system. The Grand Vizier Kuku Murad Pasha, who served in that capacity from 1606 to 1611, is associated in the sources with particularly harsh measures. His epithet Kuku, meaning the well-digger, reportedly referred to his practice of disposing of the bodies of those executed on his campaigns. Whether the numbers recorded in contemporary accounts are accurate is difficult to verify, but the scale of the suppression was substantial, and by approximately 1610 the worst of the Salali disturbances had been brought under control, though the underlying conditions that had generated them were not so easily resolved. The fiscal pressures that had contributed to the Salali crisis also drove changes in how the Ottoman state collected its revenues. The Timar system, in which revenues were assigned to Sipahis in exchange for military service, was progressively replaced in many regions by tax farming, a system in which the right to collect taxes from a defined area was auctioned off to the highest bidder, who paid the state a fixed sum up front and then collected whatever he could from the tax-paying population, keeping the difference as profit. Tax farming, iltism, was not new to the Ottoman system, but it expanded dramatically in the late 16th and 17th centuries as the state's need for immediate cash income drove it towards selling future revenues at a discount. The consequences for the tax-paying population were generally negative. A tax farmer who had purchased the right to collect revenues for a fixed period had strong incentives to extract as much as possible from the population during that period, regardless of what damage this did to the productive capacity of the territory or the welfare of the people living in it. The checks on exploitation that the Timar system had provided, a Sipahi who ruined his Timar reduced his own income, were largely absent from the tax farming arrangement. The abuses associated with tax farming became one of the most persistent complaints in Ottoman administrative literature of the 17th century, and attempts to regulate or reform the system ran repeatedly into the difficulty that the state's fiscal needs made tax farming indispensable even when its abuses were acknowledged. The reign of Osman II, who came to the throne in 1618 at approximately 14 years of age, represents one of the most dramatic episodes in the 17th century history of the empire, and it illustrates the dangerous instability that could emerge when a sultan attempted to challenge the entrenched interests of the military establishment. Osman was, by the accounts that survive, an energetic and opinionated young man, aware of the structural problems of the Ottoman military and administrative system and inclined toward reform. He had observed the poor performance of Ottoman forces in the Polish campaign of 1621, where an Ottoman army failed to achieve its objectives against a Polish-Lithuanian force at the Battle of Kotin, and he drew conclusions from this experience about the inadequacy of the Janissary Corps as a military force. What Osman proposed to do about this, and how clearly his plans were articulated and how seriously they were advanced, is difficult to establish with certainty from the sources, most of which were written after the events and reflect the perspective of those who eventually brought him down. What seems clear is that he announced an intention to make a pilgrimage to Mecca, a journey that would have taken him through Anatolia and Syria, and that he may have intended to use as an occasion to recruit a new military force from among the populations of those regions, creating a military alternative to the Janissaries. Whether or not this was a formulated plan or a more general aspiration, the Janissaries understood it as a threat to their position and privileges. In 1622, the Janissaries mutinied, forced their way into the palace, deposed Osman, and killed him. The killing of a reigning Ottoman sultan by his own troops was unprecedented in the empire's history. Previous sultans had been deposed and subsequently died in custody. The circumstances of Bayezid II's death after his abdication were unclear, and the death of young princes in the succession struggles had been routine. But the open murder of a ruling sultan by soldiers who had then installed a replacement represented a qualitative shift in the relationship between the military establishment and the imperial office. It demonstrated that the Janissaries had the power and the will to remove a sultan who threatened their institutional interests, a lesson that successive sultans could not easily ignore. The immediate successor was Mustafa I, Osman's uncle, restored from the caliphs for a second reign. He had briefly held the throne before, in 1617 to 1618, before being deposed in favor of Osman on grounds of mental incapacity, and his restoration in 1622 was again brief and unstable. Murad IV, Osman's younger brother, came to the throne in 1623 at approximately 11 years of age, initially under effective regency arrangements that further illustrated the fragility of central authority in this period. The early years of Murad IV's reign were marked by a continuation of the crisis conditions of the previous decade. The Janissaries and other military forces were disorderly and factionally divided. Provincial commanders acted with increasing independence. The eastern frontier was under serious pressure as the Safavid Shah Abbas I, one of the most capable rulers in Safavid history, launched major campaigns that recovered Baghdad in 1624, a city that had been Ottoman since Suleiman's campaigns of the 1530s. The loss of Baghdad was a significant blow, and the inability of the Ottoman military establishment in its disordered state to mount an effective response made the situation worse. But Murad IV, as he grew older and took increasing control of the government, proved to be a sultan of formidable personal force. He was physically imposing, reportedly of unusual size and strength, and he combined personal courage with a willingness to use extreme violence against both external enemies and internal disorder that recalled the style of the most assertive of his predecessors. Beginning around 1632, when he was approximately 20 years old and had consolidated sufficient support to act decisively, Murad moved against the disorder that had accumulated during his minority. The methods were harsh. Executions of officials, military commanders, and others who had abused their positions or flouted imperial authority during the years of disorder were conducted on a significant scale. Murad personally involved himself in the enforcement of order in Constantinople, reportedly going out in the city incognito to observe conditions and returning with summary judgments on those found violating his regulations. Coffee houses, taverns, and other gathering places were closed at various points. The concern seems to have been partly about disorder and partly about seditious conversation, in measures that were enforced with considerable severity. The accounts of Murad's personal interventions and the punishments he ordered have been elaborated in later sources in ways that make it difficult to separate the historical record from the legend that accumulated around him, but the broad direction of his policies is clear. On the military front, Murad turned to the east. The campaign to recover Baghdad was a major undertaking, requiring enormous logistical preparation and the mobilization of a large army. Murad led the campaign personally, in a return to the practice of the Sultan commanding in the field that had been largely absent since Suleiman. The first major campaign against Baghdad in 1630 failed to achieve its primary objective. A second, more carefully prepared campaign in 1638 succeeded. Baghdad was besieged and taken after a determined defense, and the Treaty of Zuhab, concluded in 1639, established a frontier between the Ottoman and Safavid empires that proved remarkably durable. The border it defined corresponds roughly to the modern border between Iraq and Iran. The recovery of Baghdad was celebrated as a major triumph and was used to reinforce Murad's image as a restorer of imperial authority and military effectiveness. Murad IV died in 1640, at approximately 28 years of age, possibly of cirrhosis. The sources suggest excessive drinking in his final years, after a reign that had demonstrated both the capacity of a determined sultan to reassert central authority and the limits of what personal force alone could achieve in addressing the deeper structural problems of the empire. He left no surviving sons, and the throne passed to his brother Ibrahim, the only surviving male member of the dynasty. Ibrahim had spent his entire life in the caliphs, from childhood until the moment of his accession. His mental state had reportedly been deeply affected by this long confinement, by the killing of his brothers, and by the constant uncertainty about his own survival. He is said to have initially refused to believe that Murad was dead and that he was being genuinely called to the throne rather than executed. The sources are harsh in their characterizations of Ibrahim, describing erratic behavior, extravagant tastes, and decision-making that seemed disconnected from political reality. As with many figures who attracted negative literary characterizations in later Ottoman historical writing, it is difficult to separate Ibrahim's actual qualities from the tendentious portraits drawn by those who eventually removed him. Ibrahim ruled from 1640 to 1648, a period marked by the continuing influence of powerful figures in the palace. His mother Kozum Sultan was a dominant figure for much of this period, and by a destructive war with Venice over the island of Crete. The Venetians had controlled Crete since the early 13th century, and it was one of the most important positions in the eastern Mediterranean, a large island with productive agriculture and excellent harbors sitting across the routes between the Aegean and the Levant. An Ottoman naval expedition to Crete was launched in 1645, beginning a conflict that would last, almost uninterruptedly, for 24 years, one of the longest wars in Ottoman history. Ibrahim was deposed and killed in 1648, a fate reminiscent of Osman II's, in a combination of military dissatisfaction and court intrigue that placed his 7-year-old son Mehmed IV on the throne. The period that followed the accession of a child sultan was predictably one of intense factional struggle at the court, with various power brokers competing for control of the regency. Kozum Sultan, the grandmother of Mehmed IV and the dominant female figure of the Ottoman court for nearly 3 decades, initially expected to maintain her influence under her grandson's reign as she had under Ibrahim's. The conflict between Kozum and Turhan Sultan, Mehmed IV's mother, who sought to exercise the traditional influence of the Valide Sultan over her own son, ended in Kozum's murder in 1651, killed in the palace by agents connected to Turhan's faction. The killing of the most powerful woman in the Ottoman court by a rival palace faction illustrates the extremes to which the competition for influence could reach in this period. The central problem of effective governance during Mehmed IV's early reign was addressed by a decision that proved extraordinarily consequential. In 1656, Turhan Sultan and the court appointed Kopperle Mehmed Pasha as Grand Vizier, giving him unusually broad authority to restore order to the administration and the military. Kopperle Mehmed was an elderly man, reportedly in his late 70s, who had accumulated decades of administrative experience. He accepted the Grand Vizierate on conditions that gave him something close to absolute executive authority: the right to make appointments and dismissals without interference from the palace, the right to execute those he considered enemies of the state, and a guarantee that the Sultan and the women of the household would not intervene in his decisions. The granting of these terms was a recognition of how serious the situation had become and of the willingness of those around the young Sultan to trade some degree of palace influence for effective governance. Kopperle Mehmed governed with the same harsh decisiveness that had characterized Murad IV's restoration of order, executing large numbers of officials, military commanders, and others he regarded as obstacles or enemies. The sources record figures that seem very large and may be exaggerated, but the direction of the effort is clear: a systematic effort to remove factional leaders and undisciplined officials and to restore the chains of command and administrative accountability that had frayed over the preceding decades. He stabilized the military situation in the ongoing Cretan War sufficiently to sustain continued operations, and he suppressed a revolt in Anatolia and a separate naval challenge in the Dardanelles, where a Venetian fleet had temporarily blocked Ottoman naval movements. When Kopperle Mehmed died in 1661, his son Fazıl Ahmed Pasha succeeded him in the Grand Vizierate, a hereditary transmission of the office that was highly unusual in Ottoman practice but reflected the degree to which the Kopperle family had established itself as the indispensable guarantors of stable governance. Fazıl Ahmed proved to be an administrator and military commander of genuine capability. He pursued the Cretan War to its conclusion. After a prolonged siege, the Venetian-held city of Candia, modern Heraklion, fell to Ottoman forces in 1669, completing the Ottoman conquest of the island after 24 years of intermittent warfare. Crete was incorporated into the Ottoman provincial system, and the long effort required to take it had demonstrated both Ottoman persistence and the limits of Ottoman naval capability against a well-supplied Venetian garrison with maritime resupply available. Fazıl Ahmed also campaigned extensively in Europe. The campaigns against the Habsburg frontier in Hungary in the late 1650s and 1660s produced mixed results, and a significant Ottoman defeat at the Battle of St. Gotthard in 1664 where an imperial-led force under Raimondo Montecuccoli repulsed an Ottoman crossing of the Rabba River, was followed by the Treaty of Vassar, in which the Habsburgs accepted terms widely regarded in Europe as overly favorable to the Ottomans, a reflection of Habsburg preoccupations elsewhere and a desire to avoid continued expensive warfare on the Hungarian frontier. Fazl Ahmed subsequently turned to Poland, conducting campaigns in Podolia that resulted in the Ottoman acquisition of the fortress of Kamenets-Podolsk and a favorable peace in 1676. The Copperlow era also saw the continuation of a broader pattern of provincial administrative change that was reshaping the empire's territorial organization. The older system of relatively short-term appointments for provincial governors, designed to prevent the accumulation of local power, was giving way in some regions to longer-term arrangements or to the entrenchment of local dynasties that managed provincial affairs with considerable independence from the center. The Ayan, local notable families with significant landholdings, commercial interests, and local military capacity, were becoming more prominent as intermediaries between the imperial government and the rural population, collecting taxes, maintaining order, and exercising a kind of informal governance that the formal provincial structure could not always provide. This was not yet the major transformation it would become in the 18th century, but its early signs were visible. Copperlow Fazl Ahmed died in 1676 and was succeeded as Grand Vizier by his brother-in-law Mirzafan Kara Mustafa Pasha, who served until 1683. Kara Mustafa was an ambitious man with expansive strategic visions, and it was under his direction that the Ottoman Empire undertook what proved to be one of the most consequential and ultimately disastrous military ventures of the 17th century. The political situation in Central Europe in the early 1680s provided what appeared to Kara Mustafa to be an unusual opportunity. The Habsburg Emperor Leopold I was distracted by conflicts with France and by domestic difficulties. Hungary was in a state of continuing unrest, with Protestant Hungarian nobles, unhappy with Habsburg religious and political policies, in rebellion against imperial authority. These rebels, known as the Kurik, sought Ottoman support and offered nominal Ottoman suzerainty over Hungary in exchange for military assistance. The combination of a distracted Habsburg enemy, rebel allies within Hungary, and the general momentum of the Copperlow revival of Ottoman military capacity suggested to Kara Mustafa that a major campaign might succeed where previous Ottoman efforts had not. The objective, as the Grand Vizier conceived it, was Vienna itself. Taking Vienna would eliminate the Habsburg center of power in Central Europe, establish Ottoman dominance over the Danubian region, and represent a triumph comparable to the conquest of Constantinople more than 2 centuries earlier. The scale of ambition was not in itself unreasonable by the standards of Ottoman strategic history. The empire had twice before brought large armies to the walls of Vienna, in 1529 and 1532. The question was whether the military and logistical capacity to achieve this objective existed in 1683. The Ottoman army that assembled for the campaign in the spring of 1683 was very large, though exact figures in the sources vary and are difficult to verify. Contemporary estimates ranged widely, and modern historians generally suggest that the force was substantial, perhaps in the range of 100 to 150,000 men in the combined Ottoman and Allied forces, including Crimean Tatar cavalry. The march from Constantinople to the Hungarian frontier and then to Vienna required months, and the army arrived before the city in mid-July 1683. Mehmed Ford did not accompany the army beyond the Hungarian frontier, a reflection of the by now established pattern of sultans not campaigning in person. Vienna was defended by a garrison under the command of Ernst Rudiger von Starhemberg, who had approximately 11,000 soldiers and a substantial number of armed civilians. The city's population had largely evacuated before the Ottoman arrival, and Emperor Leopold had withdrawn from Vienna to safety further west. The fortifications of Vienna had been substantially modernized in the decades since 1529, and the city was considerably better prepared to resist a siege than it had been in the earlier Ottoman attempts. The siege began in July and continued through the summer of 1683. Ottoman and Tatar forces surrounded the city, conducting mining operations against the walls and attempting to breach the fortifications with explosives. The garrison defended with determination, conducting countermining operations, repairing breaches, and maintaining resistance despite mounting casualties and declining supplies. Kara Mustafa, perhaps calculating that the city would fall before significant relief could arrive, declined to assault with his full force while the garrison was still strong, a decision that has been criticized in hindsight as a significant error. The relief force that assembled to raise the siege was substantial, coordinated by the Pope's diplomatic efforts and led by John III Sobieski, the King of Poland-Lithuania, who had brought a significant Polish army in addition to the Imperial German and Austrian forces under Duke Charles of Lorraine. The relief army moved through the Vienna woods, the hills to the northwest of the city, and on September 12, 1683, descended toward the Ottoman lines. The battle that followed was a decisive relief army victory. The Polish cavalry charged down the slopes toward the Ottoman positions, led by Sobieski personally in what was one of the largest cavalry charges in early modern European history, broke through the Ottoman lines. The Ottoman army, caught between the sortie of the Vienna garrison and the attacking relief force, collapsed and retreated, abandoning its siege equipment, supplies, and camp. The defeat was complete. Kara Mustafa attempted to maintain a coherent retreat and organize continued resistance, but the military situation was beyond recovery. He was held responsible for the disaster and was executed by strangulation in Belgrade in December 1683 on orders from the Ottoman court. The execution of a Grand Vizier for military failure was not unprecedented, but the scale of the defeat at Vienna and its consequences made the response unusually swift and certain. The defeat before Vienna set in motion a sequence of events that would fundamentally and permanently alter the territorial extent of the Ottoman Empire. The formation of the Holy League, an alliance of the Habsburg Empire, Poland-Lithuania, Venice, and eventually Russia, in 1684 created a coordinated multi-front military pressure that the Ottomans found increasingly difficult to counter. The following years saw Ottoman forces driven back across Hungary as Habsburg armies, improving in organization and equipment and led by commanders of genuine talent, most notably the Imperial General Louis of Baden and later Eugene of Savoy, pressed Ottoman positions in a sustained campaign. Venice reopened operations in the Peloponnese and the Dalmatian coast, recovering territory it had lost in previous decades. Russia, under the regency of Sofia Alexeyevna and then increasingly under Peter I, began pressing Ottoman positions in the north, attacking Azov at the mouth of the Don. The Ottoman state faced these multiple simultaneous pressures from a position that was weaker than it had been in the era of Suleiman or even of the Copperlou revival. The military system was under severe strain. The Janissary Corps, which had been growing in nominal numbers through the admission of men who purchased places in the Corps rather than serving the military function for which the institution had been created, was both larger and less effective than it had once been. The Timar system continued its long decline, with fewer cavalry sipahis available for mobilization and the provinces that had supported them generating revenues that now flowed to tax farmers rather than to mounted soldiers. The central treasury was under pressure from the costs of sustained warfare on multiple fronts, and the revenues available to prosecute the war were strained. The Ottomans achieved some successes in this period. Belgrade, lost to the Habsburgs in 1688 in a dramatic campaign, was recaptured in 1690 under the Grand Vizierate of Fazil Mustafa Pasha, another member of the Copperlou family, who demonstrated that the restoration of effective command and administrative order could still produce significant military results. But Fazil Mustafa was killed at the Battle of Slankamen in 1691, and the loss of his leadership left the Ottoman military without the organizational coherence his presence had provided. The most catastrophic engagement of the war came at Zinta in 1697, where an Ottoman army attempting to cross the Tisa River was attacked in mid-crossing by imperial forces under Eugene of Savoy. The battle was an annihilation, with a large portion of the Ottoman army killed or drowned, the Grand Vizier Elmas Mehmed Pasha among the dead. The defeat at Zinta effectively ended Ottoman capacity for major offensive operations in Hungary and made a negotiated settlement unavoidable. The Treaty of Karlowitz, concluded in January 1699 after negotiations in which the English and Dutch ambassadors in Constantinople served as mediators, was the most significant territorial settlement in Ottoman history to that point. Under its terms, The Ottomans ceded the whole of Hungary and Transylvania, the territories that had been Ottoman for over a century, to the Habsburg Empire. Podolia and the Ukraine territories were returned to Poland. Most of the Peloponnese was returned to Venice. Russia received Azov, though this gain was later complicated by continued conflict. The scale of the territorial losses was genuinely unprecedented. In the entire history of the Ottoman Empire to this point, the state had occasionally failed to hold frontier territories under extreme pressure, and the post-Ankara interregnum had temporarily reduced Ottoman control before Mehmed I's restoration. But a formal peace treaty ceding major, long-held provinces to Christian powers represented something qualitatively new. Karlowitz established, in the consciousness of both the Ottoman court and European observers, that the Ottoman Empire could not only be resisted but could be pushed back, that its territorial extent was not a permanent condition but something that could be altered by sustained, coordinated military pressure. The adjustment to this new reality was not simple or immediate. The Ottoman court and its advisors had to reckon with the implications of Karlowitz while managing a state that remained large, wealthy, and administratively complex. The loss of Hungary, while symbolically and strategically significant, did not represent the loss of the empire's core territories. Anatolia, Syria, Egypt, Iraq, the North African coast, and the Balkan territories remaining after Karlowitz were still a vast domain, and the revenues they generated still made the Ottoman state one of the wealthiest in the world by the standards of the time. The administrative apparatus, the provincial governors, the cutty courts, the tax collection system, continued to function across this reduced but still enormous territory. The question that Karlowitz posed for Ottoman administrators and thinkers was how to explain what had happened and what, if anything, should be done differently. The discourse within Ottoman administrative and intellectual circles about the condition of the empire and the reasons for its military reverses had been developing throughout the 17th century, and it drew on a long tradition of political advice literature, the Nasihatname, or books of counsel, in which writers had diagnosed the ills of the state and prescribed remedies. Much of this literature had a conservative orientation, attributing the empire's difficulties to deviation from the correct practices of earlier, better times, and prescribing a return to the canonical institutions and regulations of the great sultans. The image of the empire in its Suleimanic perfection served as the standard against which present decline was measured. But by the late 17th century, and more clearly after Karlowitz, some Ottoman thinkers and officials were beginning to consider whether the model of restoration to a past ideal was an adequate response to challenges that might be genuinely novel. The military technology, organizational methods, and tactical systems of European armies had been evolving throughout the 17th century in ways that gave them advantages in certain types of warfare. European states had been developing more sophisticated methods of financing and supplying armies, creating standing forces that could be maintained and trained in peacetime in ways that the Timar-based provincial levy system could not replicate. The question of whether Ottoman military power could be maintained without some adaptation to these developments was beginning to be asked, even if the answers were not yet clearly formulated. The reign of Mustafa II, who came to the throne in 1695, was notable both for the conclusion of the Karlowitz negotiations and for a brief effort by the Sultan to take a more active personal role in military command. He led campaigns in Hungary in 1695 and 1696 before the catastrophe at Zenta effectively ended that experiment. After Zenta, Mustafa II retreated increasingly to his palace at Edirne and delegated governance to his ministers, until the so-called Edirne event of 1703, in which Janissaries and other troops in Constantinople mutinied against the influence of the religious establishment figure Seyhul Islam Fizullah Effendi, who had accumulated excessive power and patronage in Mustafa II's court, and forced the Sultan to return to Constantinople and ultimately abdicate. Mustafa II was replaced by his brother Ahmed III. Ahmed III's reign, from 1703 to 1730, represents a period of considerable interest in Ottoman history that has attracted growing scholarly attention in recent decades. It is commonly known as the Tulip period, Lale Devri, a name derived from the craze for tulip cultivation and display that swept the Ottoman elite during the 1710s and 1720s, when elaborate gardens, tulip festivals, and competitions for new cultivars became a fashion of the court and the wealthy. The tulip, which had been central to Ottoman decorative art for over a century, took on a particular cultural prominence in this period that has come to symbolize, not entirely fairly, the cultural and aesthetic preoccupations of an era. The cultural history of the tulip period is real and significant, but the period was also one of serious military challenges, diplomatic innovation, and the first tentative steps toward the selective adoption of European techniques that would characterize Ottoman reform efforts in the 18th century. These dimensions of the period deserve as much attention as the gardens. Ahmed III came to the throne in the immediate aftermath of the Edirne event's removal of his brother, and his long reign was characterized by the dominant role of his son-in-law and Grand Vizier Ibrahim Pasha, known as Nevşehirli Damat Ibrahim Pasha, who served from 1718 to 1730 and who was the primary architect of the cultural and diplomatic trends associated with the tulip period. The opening years of Ahmed III's reign were shaped by the dramatic events surrounding Charles XII of Sweden. After his catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Poltava in 1709, where Peter I of Russia decisively defeated the Swedish army, Charles XII fled south with the remnants of his forces and sought refuge in Ottoman territory at Bender in Moldavia. He remained in Ottoman territory for several years, a guest and a diplomatic problem simultaneously, pressing Ottoman authorities to continue their conflict with Russia or to support him in renewed operations against Peter. The presence of a major European monarch in Ottoman territory as a supplicant and refugee was itself a significant indication of how the European power balance was shifting. Peter's Russia was becoming a major force in a way that would increasingly affect Ottoman interests. The conflict with Russia that Charles XII's presence encouraged produced one of the rare Ottoman military successes of this period. In 1711, on the banks of the Pruth River in Moldavia, Peter I led a Russian army into territory that was under Ottoman suzerainty, and the Ottoman army under Grand Vizier Baltasi Mem Pasha surrounded and trapped the Russian force, which was in a very difficult position, short of supplies, and unable to advance or retreat. Peter I was compelled to negotiate, and the resulting Treaty of the Pruth required Russia to return Azov to the Ottomans, evacuate its fortifications on the Black Sea steppe, and make other concessions. It was a significant Ottoman diplomatic success achieved through military pressure, and it temporarily reversed some of the gains Russia had made at Karlowitz. The satisfaction of the Pruth outcome was, however, more than offset by the subsequent Ottoman-Venetian-Habsburg War, which concluded with the Treaty of Passarowitz in 1718. This conflict, which began in 1714 when the Ottomans moved to recover the Peloponnese from Venice, had an initial phase of Ottoman success. Venice was expelled from the Peloponnese by 1715, before the Habsburgs entered the war under Eugene of Savoy, who conducted brilliant campaigns in Serbia and Wallachia. The Ottoman defeat at the Battle of Petrovaradin in 1716, where Eugene crushed an Ottoman army that significantly outnumbered his own force, was followed by further Habsburg advances, including the fall of Belgrade in 1717. The Treaty of Passarowitz in 1718 was another painful settlement for the Ottomans. While they retained the Peloponnese from Venice, they were forced to cede Serbia, including Belgrade, and parts of Wallachia to the Habsburgs. The cycle of Ottoman territorial loss that had begun at Karlowitz had not been reversed. If anything, the empire's position in southeastern Europe had deteriorated further. The contrast between the Pruth's success against Russia and the Passarowitz losses against the Habsburgs was striking, and it underscored the particular danger posed by the increasingly capable Habsburg military, especially when commanded by a general of Eugene's talent. It was in the aftermath of Passarowitz, and under the direction of Nevşehirli Ibrahim Pasha, that the Ottoman state began its first deliberate engagement with European intellectual and technical life as a potential source of improvements for its own institutions. Ibrahim Pasha dispatched Mehmed Efendi as ambassador to France in 1720, the first resident Ottoman ambassador sent to a Western European court, with instructions to observe French institutions, military establishments, and methods of governance, and to report on what he found. Mehmed Efendi spent approximately 2 years in France, was received at Versailles, attended theatrical and other performances, visited libraries and scientific establishments, and sent back detailed reports on what he observed. These reports, collected as the Seferet name, the Book of Ambassadorial Reports, are valuable documents for understanding what an intelligent Ottoman observer saw in early 18th century France and what he thought was worthy of attention or emulation. The specific initiative most associated with the reform orientation of the Tulip period was the establishment of the first Ottoman printing press capable of producing books in Arabic script. The press was set up in Constantinople in 1727, primarily through the efforts of Ibrahim Mutafarrika, a Hungarian convert to Islam who had been pressing for years for Ottoman adoption of printing technology, and with the active support of Nevşehirli Ibrahim Pasha. The arguments for printing that Mutafarrika advanced in a pamphlet he submitted to the authorities addressed both the practical benefits, cheaper, more accurate reproduction of texts, wider dissemination of knowledge, and the compatibility of printing with Islamic religious and intellectual traditions, addressing the concerns that had made previous proposals for printing in Arabic script problematic. The press received official permission in 1727 and began producing books, beginning with a Turkish-Arabic dictionary. Over the following years, it produced a small number of titles, perhaps 17 books before it temporarily ceased operation after the events of 1730, covering geography, history, military subjects, and language. The output was modest, and the press was never primarily a commercial operation, but its establishment represented a significant symbolic and institutional step. The first official recognition by the Ottoman state that printing technology was an acceptable and potentially useful tool, and the first practical application of a European technical innovation to Ottoman intellectual life. The cultural atmosphere of the Tulip period in Constantinople was, by the accounts that survive, one of unusual luxury and aesthetic intensity among the court elite. Nevşehirli Ibrahim Pasha commissioned the construction of a new palace complex on the outskirts of Constantinople called Sudabid, the place of happiness, modeled in some respects on the gardens and waterways he had learned about from the reports of the French embassy, a modest Ottoman equivalent of the formal European garden tradition. The canal constructed to supply it and the pavilions arranged along its banks became a center of court entertainment and festivities. The annual tulip festivals held in these gardens, illuminated at night by candles attached to the shells of tortoises that wandered among the flower beds, became famous, or notorious, depending on the observer's perspective, as emblems of the period's aesthetic extravagance. The lavish expenditure associated with these entertainments, and the concentration of patronage and reward in the hands of those connected to Ibrahim Pasha, generated considerable resentment among those excluded from these distributions. The Janissaries, whose pay was chronically in arrears and whose economic situation was frequently difficult, had reason to resent the visible luxury of the court. The religious establishment had its own anxieties about some of the cultural trends of the period, including the enthusiastic engagement with European cultural models that the embassy to France and the printing press represented. The urban poor of Constantinople were struggling with economic difficulties. Prices had risen, provisioning of the city was sometimes irregular, and the gap between the visible wealth of the court and the conditions of ordinary life was considerable. The Ottoman-Iranian War that began in 1722, when Nadir Shah's later campaigns had not yet occurred, but the Safavid state was in chaos following an Afghan invasion, allowed the Ottomans to take substantial territories in the Caucasus and northwestern Persia that the collapsing Safavid state could not defend. These gains were formalized in agreements in the mid-1720s. This represented an eastward recovery of Ottoman influence at a moment when the western frontier had been under such pressure, and it contributed to a sense among the court of Ibrahim Pasha that the empire was recovering its position. But the eastern gains could not compensate for the continuing difficulties of the broader imperial situation, and the social tensions within Constantinople were real and building. In September 1730, a rebellion broke out in the capital that brought down both the Grand Vizier and, ultimately, the Sultan. It is known as the Patrona Halil Revolt, named after Halil, an Albanian-born janissary and second-hand clothing dealer who emerged as one of the leaders of the uprising. The rebels drew support from janissaries, artisans, and urban poor who had various grievances. The resentment of Ibrahim Pasha's monopoly on patronage, economic hardship, religious unease about the direction of the court's cultural experiments, and anger at the conduct of the ongoing Eastern War which had not been going well in its most recent phase. The rebels gathered in large numbers in the old city, demanded the dismissal of Ibrahim Pasha, and threatened the palace directly. Ahmed III, finding that the military forces available to him were either insufficient or unwilling to suppress the uprising with the force that would have been required, chose to capitulate. Ibrahim Pasha was handed over to the rebels and killed. Ahmed III abdicated the throne to his nephew Mahmud I in late September 1730, ending a reign of 27 years. The Patrona Halil revolt was suppressed within weeks of Ahmed's abdication. Mahmud I, more firmly supported by loyalist forces, had the rebel leaders including Patrona Halil himself killed, and the movement dissolved. But its implications extended well beyond its brief duration. It demonstrated once again the capacity of popular and military unrest in Constantinople to determine the outcome of court politics, removing both a powerful Grand Vizier and a sultan in the space of a few days. It also signaled the limits of the reform and cultural opening that Nevsa Hurli Ibrahim Pasha had pursued. The printing press was suspended, though it would eventually resume operation. The elaborate gardens of Sadabad fell out of fashion. The experiment in visible cultural engagement with European models was curtailed, at least in its most visible forms. What the Tulip period and its abrupt conclusion illustrated was a tension that would run through Ottoman history for the remainder of the 18th century and beyond, between the awareness among some members of the Ottoman elite that adapting to a changing world might require borrowing techniques, ideas, and institutional models from outside the traditional Ottoman inheritance, and the resistance of other elements of Ottoman society, the military establishment, parts of the religious hierarchy, urban populations with their own grievances and conservatisms, to changes that seemed to threaten the familiar order of things. This tension was not simply obscurantism against enlightenment, or tradition against modernity, categories that impose a misleading simplicity on a complex reality. It was a genuine disagreement about what the Ottoman state needed in order to survive and flourish, a disagreement that drew on real experiences of what had worked in the past and real anxieties about what changes might do to the social and institutional fabric that held the empire together. Mahmud I, coming to the throne in the autumn of 1730, inherited an empire that remained enormous, stretching still from the Danube to the Nile, from Algeria to the Persian Gulf, and that retained enormous human and material resources. But it was an empire that had lost Hungary, been checked repeatedly in Europe, faced a dramatically more powerful Russia on its northern frontier, and was still working through the implications of a century and more of institutional strain, fiscal pressure, and military difficulty. The tasks ahead, of maintaining territorial integrity against increasingly assertive neighbors, of reforming military and administrative institutions in ways that preserved imperial authority without destroying the social compacts that kept the empire's diverse populations broadly within the Ottoman system, of managing relations with European powers whose economic and military weight was growing steadily, were formidable, and they would define the subsequent history of the empire through the long century of challenge, reform, and struggle that lay ahead. Mahmud I governed that empire for the next 24 years, until his death in 1754, and the early part of his reign was preoccupied with the dual task of restoring order in the capital and managing the difficult diplomatic and military situation inherited from the failures of the previous decade. The suppression of the Patrona Halil movement had been accomplished relatively quickly once loyalist forces were organized, but the episode had revealed how easily popular and military discontent in Constantinople could overwhelm a government that lacked either the will or the capacity to resist it. Mahmud drew conclusions from this that inclined him toward caution in his dealings with the Janissary establishment, avoiding direct confrontations with an institution whose structural problems were evident but whose capacity for disruption had just been vividly demonstrated. The military reform work that had been cautiously begun in the later years of Ahmed III's reign did not entirely cease under Mahmud. A French military advisor named Claude Alexandre de Bonneval, who had served as an Austrian officer before converting to Islam and entering Ottoman service under the name Humberasai Ahmed Pasha, worked during the 1730s and 1740s on the reorganization of the Ottoman artillery and bombardier corps along lines drawn from European military practice. The results of his efforts were limited. The structural obstacles to sustained military reform were considerable, and the interest of the broader Ottoman military establishment in adopting foreign methods was uneven at best. But his presence in Constantinople and his activities represented a continuation of the pragmatic engagement with European military technique that Passerowitz had made clearly necessary. The wars of Mahmud I's reign tested the limits of what limited reform could achieve. A war with Persia in the early 1730s, prompted by the collapse of the Safavid state and the rise of the remarkable military commander Nadir Shah, produced difficult results. Nadir Shah was one of the most capable military leaders of the 18th century, a man who had risen from obscure origins in northeastern Persia to reunify the Iranian plateau, repel the Afghans who had temporarily overrun the country, and build an empire that extended from the Caucasus to northern India. His campaigns against Ottoman positions in the Caucasus and northwestern Persia were militarily effective, and the Ottomans were forced to return some of the territories they had acquired during the chaos of the 1720s. A peace was eventually concluded in 1736 that acknowledged the new realities of the eastern frontier. More consequential for Ottoman long-term prospects was the resumed war with Russia and Austria, which began in 1736 and concluded with the Treaty of Belgrade in 1739. The early phases of this conflict actually produced significant Ottoman military successes. Austrian forces, whose performance had been so devastating under Eugene of Savoy in the previous war, performed poorly in this one. Eugene had died in 1736, and his successors could not match his qualities. Ottoman forces retook Belgrade and Orsova and recaptured much of the territory lost at Passerowitz. Russia, despite its growing military power and its capture of Azov, was persuaded by French diplomatic pressure to accept terms that were considerably more moderate than its military situation might otherwise have justified. The Treaty of Belgrade was therefore an Ottoman diplomatic success, recovering the losses of Passerowitz and demonstrating that the empire still possessed the military capacity to resist and, under favorable conditions, reverse territorial losses. The Belgrade outcome did not, however, reverse the fundamental trajectory of Ottoman-Russian relations. Russia under Peter I and his successors was a state in the process of rapid transformation, modernizing its military, expanding its administrative capacity, extending its territory, and orienting its foreign policy toward the south and toward warm water access on the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. The Ottoman Empire occupied the territories that stood between Russia and these objectives: the Black Sea coast, the Danubian principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia, the Crimean Khanate with its Tatar population, and ultimately the Straits themselves. This structural conflict of interest was not a temporary misunderstanding to be resolved by a favorable treaty. It was a persistent geopolitical reality that would shape the next century and a half of Ottoman history. Mahmud I died in 1754 and was followed by his brother Osman III, whose reign was brief. He died in 1757 and is not marked by significant developments beyond his personal reputation for hostility towards certain religious minorities and for eccentricity. Mustafa III, who came to the throne in 1757, reigned until 1774 and was a sultan who recognized the need for military reform with greater clarity than most of his predecessors, employing another French advisor, Baron François de Tott, to work on the improvement of the artillery and the construction of new fortifications along the Bosphorus. Mustafa was aware that the empire's military system needed substantial change and expressed this awareness with some consistency, but the depth of institutional resistance to reform and the difficulties of sustaining any coherent program of change through the complex politics of the Ottoman court and military establishment limited what could be achieved. The war that began in 1768 between the Ottoman Empire and Russia, under Catherine II, who had come to the Russian throne in 1762, produced a series of outcomes that were among the most damaging in Ottoman military history. The immediate cause of the war was a Russian-Ottoman dispute over Poland-Lithuania, where Russian interference in Polish affairs had produced a conflict that spilled across the Ottoman border, but the underlying causes were the persistent structural competition over the Black Sea region and the Danubian principalities. Catherine's Russia was a powerful and aggressively expanding state, and her advisors entertained what were called the Greek project. visions of an eventual Russian restoration of a Christian empire at Constantinople. However unrealistic these may have been as immediate policy objectives. More practically, Russia sought to establish its dominance over the Black Sea and to weaken Ottoman control of the Crimea and the Danubian principalities. The war exposed the full extent of Ottoman military weakness in a way that even previous reverses had not. Russian armies under competent commanders advanced into Moldavia and Wallachia, routing Ottoman forces in a series of engagements. In the Aegean, a Russian fleet that had sailed from the Baltic around the coast of Western Europe and through the Mediterranean attacked Ottoman naval forces. At the Battle of Chezham in July 1770, the Russian fleet destroyed the Ottoman naval force in Chezham Bay with fireships, burning most of the Ottoman ships and killing large numbers of their crews. The appearance of a Russian naval force in the Aegean, waters that had been largely an Ottoman sphere of operation for 2 centuries, was profoundly disorienting to the Ottoman strategic world. In the Crimea, Russian forces operated among the Tatar population, stirring independence sentiment and undermining the Khanate's loyalty to the Ottomans. Mustafa III died in 1774, at a moment when the war had clearly been lost and negotiations were unavoidable. His brother Abdul Hamid I came to the throne and concluded the Treaty of Kukuk-Kanarka in July 1774, one of the most consequential agreements in Ottoman diplomatic history. The territorial provisions of Kukuk-Kanarka were significant. Russia received Azov and several other fortresses along the Black Sea coast, and the Crimean Khanate was declared independent of Ottoman suzerainty, a declaration that represented the first major detachment of a Muslim-majority territory from the Ottoman state, and that, in practical terms, simply meant the Crimea was now within the Russian sphere of influence rather than the Ottoman one, since the Tatars could not long maintain genuine independence between these 2 major powers. The Tatars were in fact formally annexed by Russia in 1783, an event that Abdul Hamid protested but could not reverse. But beyond the territorial provisions, Kukuk-Kanarka contained clauses of extraordinary long-term significance. Russia received the right to build an Orthodox church in Constantinople and to make representations on behalf of the Orthodox congregation of that church. This clause was subsequently interpreted and extended over the following decades into something like a Russian right of protection over the Orthodox Christian subjects of the Ottoman Empire generally, a claim that was never precisely what the treaty said, but that provided a persistent diplomatic lever for Russian interference in Ottoman internal affairs. The precedent established at Kukuk-Kanarka of a foreign power claiming a formal protective relationship with a defined group of Ottoman subjects was extended and elaborated in various forms throughout the 19th century, with France claiming a similar protective role over Catholic populations and Britain eventually arrogating in formal protective relationships with other communities. This development, the insertion of foreign powers as formal or informal guarantors of the rights of specific Ottoman subject communities, had profound implications for Ottoman sovereignty. It created a framework in which the Ottoman treatment of its own subjects became a matter of formal international concern and intervention, reducing the empire's ability to govern its diverse populations according to its own laws and practices without foreign involvement. The Eastern Question, which would preoccupy European diplomacy for the remainder of the 19th century, had its institutional foundations in the treaty provisions of Kukuk-Kanarka. The reign of Selim III, who came to the throne in 1789, represents the most sustained and systematically conceived reform effort of the 18th century, and it came at a moment when external circumstances were creating intense pressure for change. The year of Selim's accession was also the year of the French Revolution, an event that would reshape the European political order over the following quarter-century in ways that profoundly affected the Ottoman Empire. In the immediate term, the empire was at war with both Russia and Austria, a conflict that was not going well and that underscored the continuing gap between Ottoman military capacity and that of its major rivals. Selim came to the throne with a formed interest in reform and with a network of advisors who shared his conviction that the empire's survival required systematic modernization of its military and administrative institutions. He had corresponded, while still a prince, with figures connected to the French royal court and had some acquaintance with European military thought. When he took power, He solicited memoranda from both Ottoman officials and foreign advisors on the condition of the empire and the reforms needed, gathering a body of advice that informed his subsequent program. The peace settlements that ended the war with Russia and Austria in 1791 and 1792 were acceptable rather than disastrous. The Ottomans retained their major territories, and the distraction of Austria by the French Revolutionary Wars limited Habsburg appetite for further Ottoman adventurism. These settlements gave Selim the breathing space to pursue his reform agenda, and the program he developed and began implementing in 1793 was known as the Nizam-i Setted, the New Order. The Nizam-i Setted was primarily a military reform program, though it had administrative and fiscal dimensions as well. Its central element was the creation of a new army corps, trained and organized according to European methods, equipped with modern weapons, and developed as an alternative to the Janissary Corps whose military effectiveness had been so clearly demonstrated to be inadequate. The new corps was trained by French officers and drilled according to European standards. It was funded through a separate treasury established specifically for the purpose, the Irad-i Setted, which drew on revenues that bypassed the existing financial channels and the interests that those channels supported. The political logic of this approach was clear. Selim and his advisors understood that attempting to reform the Janissaries directly would encounter fierce resistance from within the corps, whose members had strong interests in maintaining the existing system. Creating a parallel institution, funded separately and growing in parallel to the existing military structure, seemed to offer a way of developing new military capacity without directly confronting the Janissaries until the new force was strong enough to make confrontation less dangerous. The strategy had a certain tactical rationality, but it also meant that the Janissaries and their supporters had time to observe what was happening and to organize their response. The Nizam-i Setted force grew to significant size over the following years and demonstrated genuine military effectiveness in several engagements. European officers who observed it reported favorably on its training and discipline. But the institutional conflict that its existence represented was not resolved by military achievement alone. The Janissaries and their supporters, a coalition that included elements of the religious establishment, provincial notables who benefited from the existing order, and Janissary-connected artisan guilds in Constantinople, viewed the new corps as a direct threat to their privileges and position. The French invasion of Egypt in 1798 was a development that complicated Selim's situation considerably. Napoleon Bonaparte, commanding a French expeditionary force, landed in Egypt in July 1798, defeated the Mamluk forces that governed the country in Ottoman name at the Battle of the Pyramids, and occupied Cairo. The invasion was a direct violation of Ottoman sovereignty over one of the empire's most important provinces, and it forced Selim into the paradoxical position of aligning with Britain and Russia, his major adversaries, against France, whose military advisors were simultaneously helping him build his reform army. The Egyptian campaign also produced something more consequential than its immediate military results, which were ultimately unsuccessful for the French. Nelson's destruction of the French fleet at the Battle of the Nile effectively stranded Napoleon's army in Egypt, and the French were eventually forced to evacuate in 1801. What the invasion demonstrated was the ease with which a European military force could penetrate and temporarily control one of the Ottoman Empire's core provinces, defeating the local military establishment without serious difficulty. The shock of this demonstration reverberated through Ottoman strategic thinking and reinforced the urgency of the reform project. Egypt itself was restored to nominal Ottoman sovereignty after the French departure, but the province did not simply return to its previous condition. The disorder and political competition generated by the French invasion and its aftermath allowed a remarkable figure named Muhammad Ali, an Albanian-born Ottoman officer who had come to Egypt with the forces sent to resist the French, to maneuver his way to power in the following years. By 1805, Muhammad Ali had established himself as the governor of Egypt, a position he would hold for the rest of his life, and which he would convert into something approaching a hereditary quasi-independent rule, technically acknowledging Ottoman suzerainty but governing with effective autonomy. His subsequent efforts to modernize Egypt's military and administrative system, drawing heavily on European models, created a semi-independent state within the Ottoman framework that would become a recurring complication for the empire's central government. Selim III's reform program was eventually destroyed not by its enemies outside the empire, but by the combination of military crisis and internal opposition that it had been attempting to resolve. In 1806, a new war with Russia broke out over Russian interference in Moldavia and Wallachia. The military situation was difficult, and elements within the Ottoman military and political establishment who had opposed the Nizam-I from the beginning used the crisis to mobilize against it. Provincial notables who had been resistant to the centralizing implications of the new order, Janissary commanders who understood their own obsolescence if the new corps continued to grow, and religious conservatives who distrusted the program's European associations all found common cause. In 1807, a revolt among Janissary-connected troops near Constantinople forced Selim to suspend the Nizam-I. He was deposed shortly afterward by a combination of military and palace forces and replaced first by his cousin Mustafa IV and then, in 1808, by Mahmud II, who would prove to be the most consequential Ottoman ruler since Suleiman. Selim III was killed in 1808 during an attempt by his supporters to restore him. Hearing soldiers outside his door, those who had been keeping him confined killed him before he could be rescued. The destruction of the Nizam-I and Selim's overthrow were a severe setback, but they did not end the reform impulse within the Ottoman elite. Mahmud II came to the throne in 1808 at approximately 23 years of age, and he would reign until 1839, a period of 31 years during which he pursued the central project of his rule with patient and strategic persistence: the destruction of the Janissary Corps and the reconstruction of Ottoman military and state power on new foundations. Mahmud understood from the beginning that the Janissaries were the central obstacle to any serious program of military reform. They had overthrown Selim for attempting to create an alternative to them, and they remained capable of removing any sultan who challenged their position directly and prematurely. He spent the first decade and a half of his reign establishing the conditions that would make their eventual elimination possible, building relationships within the military and religious establishments, strengthening the palace's control over key appointments, and waiting for a moment when the political constellation would permit action. The broader context of Mahmud's early reign included the continuing war with Russia, which was eventually concluded by the Treaty of Bucharest in 1812. Russia, distracted by the approaching Napoleonic invasion of its own territory, accepted terms more moderate than its military position might have justified, and the Ottomans retained Moldavia and Wallachia, though Russia secured the eastern bank of the Danube and the province of Bessarabia. The Napoleonic Wars in Europe generally provided the Ottomans with a degree of diplomatic cover, as the major European powers were preoccupied with each other and less able to press their interests in the Ottoman sphere. The Greek independence movement that began in 1821 created a major crisis that illustrated both the empire's difficulties and the shifting dynamics of European involvement in Ottoman affairs. The Orthodox Christian population of the Greek peninsula and islands had been developing a stronger national consciousness over the preceding decades, nurtured by the cultural and intellectual currents of the European Enlightenment as filtered through Greek merchant communities in the diaspora, and by the activities of a secret organization called the Philiki Itiria, the Society of Friends, which had been recruiting members and planning insurrection since 1814. The revolt that broke out in the Peloponnese in 1821 began a conflict that lasted for years and that involved not only the military struggle between Ottoman forces and Greek insurgents, but the intense diplomatic and cultural engagement of European powers who saw in the Greek cause a reflection of their own classical heritage and liberal political sympathies. The Ottoman response to the Greek revolt was initially effective in military terms. Ibrahim Pasha, the son of Muhammad Ali of Egypt, was sent with an Egyptian force in 1825 that systematically reconquered much of the Peloponnese and appeared to be on the verge of suppressing the revolt entirely. What prevented this outcome was direct European military intervention. In October 1827, a combined British, French, and Russian fleet entered the Bay of Navarino on the western coast of the Peloponnese and, in a confrontation that began as a demonstration and became a battle, destroyed the combined Ottoman-Egyptian fleet anchored there. The Battle of Navarino removed the naval support that Ibrahim's land campaign depended on, and it was followed in 1828 by a direct Russian declaration of war on the Ottoman Empire. the latest in the series of Russo-Turkish wars that opened a new front in the Balkans. The Russian advance in the Balkans and the Caucasus, combined with the Greek War in the south and the difficulty of the military situation generally, compelled the Ottomans to accept a peace on terms that acknowledged Greek independence under European guarantee. The London Protocol of 1830 recognized Greece as an independent state, the first independent Christian state carved from Ottoman European territory since the empire had absorbed those territories in the 14th and 15th centuries. The precedent was enormous. If a defined ethnic and religious community within the Ottoman Empire could achieve internationally recognized independence through a combination of internal revolt and European intervention, the principle applied not only to Greeks but to every other national community within Ottoman borders. In between these external crises, Mahmud II accomplished the central act of his domestic program. In June 1826, he moved against the Janissaries. The preparation had been careful. Loyal artillery forces and other military units were positioned in Constantinople. The religious establishment had been cultivated and was ready to issue rulings supporting the action, and the political ground within the palace had been secured. When Mahmud announced the creation of a new military force, the Eskinci Corps, organized along reformed lines, and the Janissaries responded with the traditional signal of revolt, overturning their soup kettles, the response was not capitulation but organized suppression. Artillery was turned on the Janissary barracks. The barracks were set on fire. Those Janissaries who survived the initial attack and attempted to flee or resist were hunted down. Large numbers were killed in Constantinople, and in the following days and weeks the suppression spread to Janissary units in the provinces. The Janissary Corps was formally abolished, its name ordered removed from memory, its existence declared anathema. The event was called, in official Ottoman discourse, the Vakei Herai, the auspicious incident. The name reflected the official framing, the destruction of a corrupt and destructive institution by a sultan acting in the interests of state and religion. Whatever the private responses of different observers, the public presentation was of a necessary surgery successfully performed, and the religious establishment, which had prepared fatwas supporting the action, provided the legitimizing framework. The abolition of the Janissaries removed the most powerful institutional obstacle to military and administrative reform. In the years that followed, Mahmud moved quickly on multiple fronts. A new European-style army, the Asakarai Manchurai Mohammadi, the victorious soldiers of Muhammad, was organized, equipped, and trained according to European models. Prussian and other European officers were engaged to assist with training and organization, but the reform extended beyond the military. Mahmud reorganized the central government on ministerial lines similar to European practice, creating ministries, with defined portfolios replacing the older consultative structures. Provincial administration was reorganized, with greater central oversight. New educational institutions were established, including a military medical school and a military engineering school that provided European-style technical training. The postal service was regularized, roads were constructed, a government gazette began publication, and the bureaucracy underwent significant change. Mahmud also moved against the power of other entrenched institutions. The vast wealth held by pious endowments, the Vakif system, through which enormous amounts of land and property had been dedicated in perpetuity to religious and charitable purposes, was subjected to greater central oversight and, in some cases, effectively redirected toward government purposes. The influence of the ulama, the religious scholarly establishment, was reduced in the civil administration. Provincial notable families that had accumulated quasi-autonomous local power over the preceding century were subjected to renewed central pressure, with some of the most powerful brought to heel through military force. But Mahmud's reforms encountered setbacks as well. The war with Russia in 1828 and 1829, provoked by the post-Navarino situation and Russia's desire to press its advantages, produced another painful defeat. Russian forces advanced to within striking distance of Constantinople, and the Treaty of Adrianople in 1829 imposed further territorial concessions in the Caucasus and along the Black Sea coast, and granted effective autonomy to Moldavia, Wallachia, and Serbia under Russian guarantee. The empire's ability to resist Russian military pressure had not been transformed quickly enough by the reforms undertaken so far. The challenge from Muhammad Ali of Egypt proved equally troubling. In 1831, Muhammad Ali, who had been seeking the governorship of Syria as a reward for his assistance in the Greek War, launched a military invasion of Syria when Mahmud refused. His son Ibrahim Pasha, the same commander who had campaigned in the Peloponnese, led the Egyptian army through Syria and into Anatolia, winning a series of decisive victories over Ottoman forces. By 1833, the Egyptian army was at Kütahya in central Anatolia, within reach of Constantinople, and Mahmud was compelled to accept humiliating terms. Russian naval forces appeared in the Bosphorus at Mahmud's request to deter further Egyptian advance. The irony of inviting Russia to defend Ottoman territory from an Ottoman subject was not lost on observers. The crisis was temporarily resolved by European diplomatic pressure, but Egypt's effective control of Syria was a profound embarrassment to the central government and a demonstration of how far military reform had yet to go. Mahmud II died in July 1839, days before the news arrived that his reformed army had been decisively defeated by Ibrahim Pasha's Egyptian forces at the Battle of Nezib, a defeat that, combined with the defection of the Ottoman fleet to Egypt, created a crisis of the first order. The resolution of this crisis came not through Ottoman military recovery, but through European diplomatic intervention. Britain, Austria, Russia, and Prussia collectively intervened in 1840 to force Muhammad Ali to withdraw from Syria, compensating him with the hereditary governorship of Egypt. The settlement preserved the empire's territorial integrity, but made clear that the integrity depended substantially on European support rather than Ottoman military capability. The reign of Abdülmecid I, who succeeded Mahmud II in 1839 at 16 years of age, began with this diplomatic crisis and continued with the most systematic and wide-ranging reform program the Ottoman Empire had yet undertaken. The Tanzimat, reorganization, was inaugurated by the Gülhane Rescript of November 1839, a public declaration read in the Imperial Garden of Gülhane that announced a new set of principles for the governance of the empire. The rescript promised security of life, honor, and property for all Ottoman subjects regardless of religion, a regular system of taxation, and fair and transparent military conscription. These were significant commitments, representing an assertion that the relationship between the Ottoman state and its subjects would be governed by consistent legal principles rather than arbitrary authority. The Gülhane Rescript was the work of Mustafa Reşid Pasha, one of the most important Ottoman statesmen of the 19th century, who served repeatedly as foreign minister and grand vizier, and who was the primary architect of the Tanzimat's early phase. Reşid and the reforming bureaucratic elite around him understood the Tanzimat not only as an internal improvement project, but as a diplomatic instrument. By demonstrating to the European powers that the Ottoman Empire was capable of governing its diverse subjects fairly and in accordance with principles that Europeans could recognize as modern and civilized, they hoped to strengthen the case for European support of Ottoman territorial integrity. The rhetoric of reform and the reality of European power were closely intertwined from the beginning of the Tanzimat era. The substance of the reforms was considerable. The legal system was overhauled in significant ways, with new commercial and criminal codes drawn from French models that applied uniformly to all Ottoman subjects regardless of religion. Courts applying these codes were established alongside the traditional Qadi courts, creating a dual legal structure. Provincial administration was reorganized under the Provincial Administration Law of 1864, which created a more uniform hierarchy of provinces, districts, and subdistricts, each with its own administrative council that included representatives of the major religious communities. Education reform created a new network of secular state schools intended to produce officials and professionals trained in modern subjects alongside the continuing traditional religious schools. The first Ottoman university was founded, though its early history was troubled. Telegraphs were extended across the empire, connecting Constantinople to provincial centers and eventually to international networks. The first railways were built, initially by foreign capital, connecting major cities and facilitating both commerce and military logistics. The Crimean War, which lasted from 1853 to 1856, was a defining event of the mid-19th century that involved the Ottoman Empire in a major conflict whose management tested the new institutions and whose diplomatic aftermath produced significant changes in the empire's international position. The war began with a Russian occupation of the Danubian principalities, Moldavia and Wallachia, following a dispute over Russian protective rights over Orthodox Christians in Jerusalem, and it escalated when Russia destroyed an Ottoman naval squadron at Sinop in November 1853. Britain and France entered the war in 1854 on the Ottoman side, and the main military theater was the Crimean Peninsula, where an Allied force besieged the Russian naval base at Sevastopol for nearly a year before Russia accepted terms. For the Ottoman Empire, the Crimean War had several important consequences. The Treaty of Paris in 1856 brought the empire into the concert of Europe, the system of great power diplomacy, as a recognized participant with a formal guarantee of its territorial integrity from the major powers. This was a significant diplomatic achievement. But the price included issuing the Reform Edict of 1856, the Hadi Humayun, which reiterated and expanded the Gulhane promises and added specific provisions about the equality of subjects of all religions and areas, including military service, education, and government employment. These provisions were welcomed by European powers as evidence of Ottoman reform and were deeply resented by portions of the Muslim population who saw them as diminishing the traditional primacy of Islam and Muslim subjects in the imperial order. The Crimean War also left the empire deeply in debt, having borrowed heavily from European financial markets to fund the war, beginning an accumulation of foreign debt that would become one of the central financial problems of the following decades. The political landscape in the Balkans was being transformed throughout this period by the force of nationalist movements that the existing Ottoman framework was increasingly unable to accommodate. Serbia had achieved a degree of autonomy recognized by treaty since the 1830s, gradually expanding its self-governance while remaining nominally within the Ottoman system. The Danubian principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia, protected by European guarantee since the 1856 treaty, moved steadily toward unification and eventual independence, forming the United Principality of Romania in stages between 1859 and 1862, achieving full independence by 1878. Bulgaria, with a population of several million Orthodox Christians, was developing its own national consciousness and would become the site of the most severe crisis of the 1870s. The Tanzimat era also produced resistance from within Ottoman society and generated internal debates about the direction and limits of reform. A group of Ottoman intellectuals and officials known as the Young Ottomans, distinct from the later Young Turks, developed a critique of the Tanzimat in the 1860s that argued the reforms were merely copying European models without rooting them in Ottoman and Islamic traditions. They argued for a constitutional form of government that would derive its legitimacy from Islamic principles as well as from modern political thought, creating a synthesis that they hoped could appeal to all Ottoman subjects. The most prominent of these figures was the writer and journalist Namık Kemal, whose literary and political works argued for Ottoman patriotism, constitutional government, and the compatibility of Islam with modern liberal principles. These ideas circulated through newspapers and pamphlets, contributing to an intellectual ferment that would shape Ottoman political culture for the following generation. Abdulaziz, who came to the throne in 1861 after Abdülmecit's death, continued the Tanzimat reform process in some areas, while showing less consistent commitment to the constitutional and egalitarian implications that some reformers had drawn from the initial decrees. His reign saw significant railway expansion, the development of new schools and educational institutions, and continued efforts at administrative rationalization, but it also produced a growing financial crisis as the foreign debt accumulated. The Ottomans defaulted on their debt payments in 1875, a financial catastrophe that generated immediate domestic political crisis and undermined the ability of the government to respond to the military challenges that followed. The crisis of 1875 through 1878 was the most severe the empire had faced since the 1683 to 1699 catastrophe and its immediate aftermath. In 1875, rebellions broke out in Bosnia and Herzegovina, provinces in the Western Balkans with mixed Christian and Muslim populations, where the tax burden and the condition of the Christian peasantry were grievances that the rebellion drew upon. The rebellion spread, and Serbia and Montenegro declared war on the Ottoman Empire in 1876. Ottoman forces initially performed well against the Serbian army, but the broader crisis was rapidly deepening. In Bulgaria, an uprising was suppressed by Ottoman irregular forces, the Basabozuk, with considerable violence against the civilian population of several Bulgarian villages and towns. Reports of this violence, published in the British press and taken up by William Gladstone in a pamphlet called Bulgarian Horrors and the Question of the East, generated enormous public outrage in Britain and across Europe and constrained the British government's ability to maintain its traditional support for Ottoman territorial integrity against Russian pressure. In this crisis environment, a group of Ottoman ministers and officials carried out a political upheaval in 1876 that deposed Abdulaziz, who died shortly afterward, officially by his own hand, though the circumstances were disputed, and eventually brought a new sultan to the throne. Murad V, who succeeded briefly, was removed on mental health grounds after only a few months, and Abdul Hamid II came to power in August 1876 in circumstances that required him to accept a constitution as a condition of his accession. The Ottoman Constitution of 1876 was drafted rapidly by a commission under Midhat Pasha, one of the most capable reformist administrators of the period. It established a parliament with two chambers, guaranteed basic rights of subjects, and created a framework of constitutional government. Elections were held, Parliament convened in March 1877, and for a brief period the Ottoman Empire operated as a constitutional monarchy. This experiment was interrupted almost immediately by the Russian declaration of war in April 1877. The Russo-Turkish War of 1877 to 1878 was another catastrophic conflict for the Ottomans. Russian forces advanced rapidly through the Balkans, crossing the Danube, defeating Ottoman forces at the key defensive position of the Shipka Pass, and advancing to within a few miles of Constantinople before an armistice was concluded. In the Caucasus, Russian forces similarly advanced, capturing the fortress of Kars. The peace that followed, the Treaty of San Stefano, imposed by Russia in March 1878, would, if it had been implemented, have been catastrophic for the empire, creating a large Bulgarian state that would have given Russia an effectively dominant position across the Balkans. The Treaty of San Stefano was not implemented in full because the European powers, particularly Britain and Austria-Hungary, were unwilling to accept a peace settlement that gave Russia such dominant influence in the Balkans. The Congress of Berlin in the summer of 1878, organized by Bismarck and involving all the major European powers, revised the San Stefano terms substantially. Bulgaria was divided and reduced in size. Britain received Cyprus as compensation for its diplomatic support. Austria-Hungary received the right to occupy and administer Bosnia-Herzegovina. Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro received formal independence. The Ottoman Empire retained Eastern Thrace, Macedonia, and the major Balkan territories, though significantly reduced. Abdul Hamid, who had suspended parliament in February 1878 using the war as justification, and who would not reconvene it for 30 years, drew his own conclusions from the events of 1877 and 1878. He had seen a constitutionally summoned parliament generate debate that he regarded as unhelpful during a military emergency, and he had seen the European powers at Berlin demonstrate that Ottoman territorial integrity ultimately rested on the balance of European interests rather than on Ottoman military capacity or constitutional arrangements. His governing philosophy, as it developed over the following decades, emphasized strong personal control, extensive use of intelligence and surveillance to monitor political dissent, careful management of relations with the European powers by exploiting their rivalries, and a deliberate appeal to pan-Islamic sentiment as a basis for domestic loyalty and international influence. The reign of Abdul Hamid II, from 1876 to 1909, is one of the most complex and contested periods in Ottoman history, and the interpretations of it have varied considerably depending on the perspective and the period of the interpreter. He was called the Red Sultan by his opponents, a reference to their allegations of widespread repression. His defenders have emphasized the genuine achievements of his reign in building infrastructure, expanding education, and maintaining the empire's territorial coherence against sustained pressure. The physical achievements of Abdulhamid's reign were considerable. The railway network expanded dramatically, with the Anatolian Railway reaching toward Baghdad, a project with both military and commercial significance. And with the Hijaz Railway connecting Damascus to Medina completed in 1908, a project financed in significant part by donations from Muslims across the world and presented as a service to the community of the faithful who undertook the pilgrimage. Telegraph lines connected the empire's territories to the capital and to each other. Schools at every level multiplied: primary schools in villages, secondary schools in provincial centers, professional schools in the capital. The Ottoman military was reorganized and rearmed, with significant German assistance after the 1880s, when Abdul Hamid found in Wilhelm II's Germany a power willing to provide military advisors, weapons, and diplomatic support without the particular territorial ambitions that Britain and Russia brought to the same relationships. The German connection was formalized through the presence of military missions led by von der Goltz Pasha, who spent years training the Ottoman army along Prussian lines, and later by figures like Lyman von Sanders. The Baghdad Railway Project, a German-backed initiative to build a railway connecting Constantinople to the Persian Gulf through Anatolia and Mesopotamia, became one of the most discussed diplomatic issues of the early 20th century, drawing intense concern from Britain, Russia, and France about German strategic influence in the Ottoman territories. Abdul Hamid managed the empire's complex relationship with its non-Muslim and non-Turkish populations through a combination of instruments. The millet system continued in its 19th-century evolved form, though the Tanzimat reforms had complicated its original structure by creating a formal legal equality of subjects that sat awkwardly alongside the communal autonomy the millets represented. The Armenian community in eastern Anatolia, long present in significant numbers and increasingly articulating national consciousness influenced by the same European cultural currents that had produced Greek and Bulgarian nationalism, was a particular focus of Abdulhamid's anxiety. After Kurdish tribal violence against Armenian villages in eastern Anatolia in 1894 to 1896 killed large numbers of Armenians, estimates vary widely, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. The international outcry focused on Abdul Hamid as responsible for either ordering the violence or failing to prevent it. The massacres of these years permanently darkened his international reputation. The political pressures against Abdulhamid's personal rule built steadily through the early 20th century. The movement known as the Young Turks, more formally the Committee of Union and Progress, or CUP, had been organizing in the 1890s and early 1900s, drawing membership from Ottoman military officers, students, and intellectuals who were frustrated by the combination of Abdulhamid's autocracy, the empire's continued territorial vulnerability, and what they perceived as the inadequacy of the pace of reform. The movement had cells in the Macedonian military establishment, and it was there that the organized challenge to Abdulhamid's rule eventually crystallized. In July 1908, officers of the 3rd Army Corps in Macedonia, connected to the CUP, began an open revolt, demanding the restoration of the 1876 constitution. Abdul Hamid, uncertain of his support and unwilling to gamble the empire's stability on a military suppression of uncertain outcome, announced the restoration of the constitution and the reconvening of parliament. The announcement was received with enormous popular celebrations in Constantinople and across the empire, with people of all religious communities embracing each other in the streets, briefly united in the hope that constitutional government might create a framework within which the empire's diverse populations could live together as equal citizens. Elections were held and parliament reconvened in late 1908. The CUP, while not holding a majority formally, had substantial influence over the new government and over the orientation of policy. The practical challenges of constitutional governance in an empire under severe external pressure and internal stress rapidly complicated the initial euphoria. An attempted counter-coup in April 1909, the March 31st incident in the Ottoman calendar, brought conservative and religious elements into the streets of Constantinople, demanding the suspension of the constitution and the reimposition of Sharia law. The 3rd Army Corps marched from Macedonia to restore constitutional order, and in the process Abdul Hamid was deposed, replaced by his brother Mehmed V, a figure who would reign under conditions of constitutional monarchy that left effective power with the Cup and its military allies. The years between the restoration of the constitution in 1908 and the beginning of the First World War in 1914 were among the most turbulent in Ottoman history. The empire faced simultaneous crises on multiple fronts. In 1908, Austria-Hungary formally annexed Bosnia-Herzegovina, which it had been administering since 1878, a provocative step that the Ottoman government was in no position to resist militarily. In 1911, Italy launched an attack on the Ottoman province of Libya, Tripolitania, and Cyrenaica, motivated by Italian imperial ambitions and by the calculation that the Ottoman state was too weak to defend it effectively. The Italian campaign demonstrated that the calculation was largely correct. The Ottoman forces in Libya, cut off from reinforcement by Italian naval power, could mount a guerrilla resistance but could not reverse the situation. Libya was ceded to Italy under the Treaty of Lausanne in 1912. Before the Libyan settlement was fully concluded, the Balkan Wars began. In October 1912, Bulgaria, Serbia, Greece, and Montenegro, the members of the Balkan League, organized with Russian encouragement, launched simultaneous attacks on Ottoman positions in the Balkans. The First Balkan War lasted only a few months. The Ottoman military, still in the process of reorganization and hampered by political infighting within the Cup-influenced command structure, was rapidly overwhelmed. Bulgarian forces advanced to the Katalka lines, within 30 miles of Constantinople. Greek forces moved through Macedonia and took Thessaloniki. Serbian forces pushed through Macedonia toward the Adriatic. The empire lost almost all of its remaining European territory, Macedonia, Thrace to the Katalka lines, and the major Balkan cities, in a matter of weeks. The Treaty of London in May 1913 formalized these losses, which were the most rapid and extensive territorial reduction in Ottoman history. The empire retained only eastern Thrace and Constantinople in Europe, along with its Asian and African territories. Thessaloniki, Skopje, Monastir, Janina, and the other cities of the Western Balkans that had been Ottoman for 5 centuries passed to the new or expanded Balkan states. The shock within the Ottoman political establishment was profound. A second Balkan War broke out almost immediately as the Balkan League partners quarreled over the division of Macedonia, and Bulgaria attacked Serbia and Greece. The Ottomans took the opportunity to recover Edirne, which they had lost in the First War, and were able to advance the Ottoman frontier in Thrace slightly. But the essential outcome of the Balkan Wars was a catastrophic reduction of European territory, a massive influx of Muslim refugees driven from their homes in Bulgaria, Greece, and Macedonia into the remaining Ottoman territories, and a political crisis within the Cup that produced a coup in January 1913. A Cup faction led by Enver Pasha, Talat Pasha, and Cemal Pasha seized effective control of the government in the raid on the Sublime Porte, shooting the Minister of War and establishing what became in effect a Cup dictatorship, the rule of the 3 Pashas, as the triumvirate came to be known, that would govern the empire through the First World War. When the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo in June 1914 set in motion the events that produced a general European war, the Ottoman Empire's leadership faced an acute strategic decision. The empire was still recovering from the Balkan Wars. Its military was being reorganized with German assistance. Its finances were under strain, and its political leadership was dominated by the Cup triumvirate. Germany, which had invested heavily in military assistance and railway development in the Ottoman Empire, was the external power with which the Ottoman military establishment had the closest relationship. Britain, which had traditionally been the external power most associated with support for Ottoman territorial integrity, had during the crisis over Libya and the Balkan Wars shown less support than Ottoman leaders had hoped and expected, and had in 1912 impounded 2 battleships being constructed in British yards for the Ottoman Navy, ships that had been funded by popular subscription across the empire and whose seizure caused bitter resentment. In August 1914, the Ottoman Empire and Germany concluded a secret alliance. 2 German warships, the Goeben and the Breslau, which had been operating in the Mediterranean and which Britain was attempting to intercept, were permitted to enter the Dardanelles and were formally transferred to the Ottoman Navy, though their German crews remained aboard. In October 1914, These ships bombarded Russian Black Sea ports, bringing the Ottoman Empire into the war against Russia, Britain, and France, though the formal declaration was not until November. The Ottoman entry into the First World War on the German side was a calculated gamble by Enver Pasha and his allies, who believed that a German victory would allow the empire to recover territories lost to Russia in previous wars, extend Ottoman influence into Central Asia among the Turkic populations of the Russian Empire, and reverse the long decline of Ottoman military and political power. The gamble was enormous, and it came at a moment when the empire's capacity to sustain a major war was genuinely in question. The war created multiple military theaters for the Ottoman Empire simultaneously. In the Caucasus, Enver Pasha himself commanded a winter offensive against Russian forces in late 1914 that ended in catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Sarikamish, where Ottoman forces, inadequately supplied and ill-equipped for winter campaigning in the High Caucasian Mountains, suffered losses of enormous scale. Estimates of Ottoman casualties range into the tens of thousands, with cold, disease, and starvation killing as many as combat. The Caucasian front remained a major commitment throughout the war, with Russian forces advancing into eastern Anatolia by 1916 and occupying Erzurum, Trabzon, and other significant cities before the Russian Revolution of 1917 eventually led to Russian withdrawal. In the Sinai and Palestine, Ottoman forces under Cemal Pasha and with German advisory support initially mounted operations toward the Suez Canal, which Britain controlled and considered vital to its imperial communications. These operations were ultimately unsuccessful, and from 1916 onward the balance of the campaign shifted, with British forces under Allenby advancing from Egypt through Palestine, eventually capturing Jerusalem in December 1917 and continuing northward through Syria in 1918. In Mesopotamia, British Indian forces advanced from Basra northward toward Baghdad. The first major British attempt to take Baghdad ended in disaster at the Siege of Kut in 1916, where an entire British Indian division under General Townshend was forced to surrender to Ottoman forces. A significant military humiliation for Britain at a moment when the war was going badly on multiple fronts. A second, better prepared British advance captured Baghdad in March 1917 and continued northward. The most strategically consequential Ottoman defense of the war occurred at Gallipoli, on the peninsula that Orhan's sons had first crossed into Europe more than 5.5 centuries earlier. The Gallipoli campaign of 1915 was conceived by Winston Churchill and others as a way of opening the Dardanelles to Allied shipping, supplying Russia through the Black Sea, and potentially knocking the Ottoman Empire out of the war quickly. British, French, Australian, New Zealand, and Indian forces landed on the Gallipoli Peninsula in April 1915. The Ottoman defense, organized with significant assistance from the German officer Lyman von Sanders, and conducted on the ground with skill and determination by the Ottoman commander Mustafa Kemal, a name that will require attention shortly, held the landing forces on the beaches and low ground, preventing the advance to commanding terrain that was necessary for the campaign's success. After months of terrible fighting with no significant advance, the Allied forces were evacuated in December 1915 and January 1916, having suffered enormous casualties without achieving their objectives. The Gallipoli defense became one of the defining moments of Ottoman, and specifically Turkish, national memory, establishing Mustafa Kemal as a military figure of the first importance. It was in the context of the First World War, in the year 1915, that the events occurred which constitute the Armenian Genocide. The Armenian community of the Ottoman Empire concentrated primarily in the 6 eastern Anatolian provinces, Erzurum, Van, Bitlis, Diyarbakir, Memurtalaziz, and Shivas, as well as in Cilicia and in Constantinople, had a long history in the region that long predated the Ottoman Empire itself. The Tanzimat reforms had formally established the equality of Armenian subjects, and Armenian communities had produced merchants, doctors, bankers, translators, and officials who played important roles in the late Ottoman economy and administration. They had also developed strong national consciousness, and the Armenian revolutionary parties that emerged in the late 19th century had sought, variously, reform within the empire and, for some, eventual independence. The Cup leadership, and specifically Talat Pasha and the Interior Ministry, had developed a view of the Armenian community as a security threat in the context of war with Russia, pointing to the participation of some Armenians in Russian military units and to the armed resistance of Armenian self-defense groups in the Van province in April 1915. In April and May 1915, the government issued orders for the deportation of the Armenian population from the eastern Anatolian provinces. What followed was not merely deportation. The convoys of Armenian deportees, men, women, and children, who were marched from their homes toward the Syrian desert were subjected to mass violence at multiple points. Men were frequently separated and killed. Women and children died in enormous numbers from violence, starvation, exposure, and disease along the deportation routes. In some areas, local officials and military commanders organized systematic killings. Kurdish tribal groups, in some cases acting under instruction and in others opportunistically, attacked convoys. Estimates of the total number of Armenians who died during the deportations and associated killings range widely in the historical literature, but the scholarly consensus places the figure at somewhere between 600,000 and 1.5 million people, with many mainstream historians citing figures between 800,000 and over 1 million. The International Association of Genocide Scholars and the overwhelming majority of scholars who have studied the events designate them as genocide. The Turkish government's official position has continued to contest this designation, but the documentary evidence, including Ottoman records, German diplomatic reports, accounts of American, German, and Austrian officials present in the region, and the testimonies of survivors, establishes beyond serious scholarly doubt that the deaths were on an enormous scale and that they resulted from deliberate policies ordered or condoned by the Ottoman central government. The Assyrian and Greek communities of Anatolia also suffered serious violence and forced displacement during the war years and the period immediately following, though the scale and the specific mechanisms varied by community and by region. By 1918, the Ottoman military position had deteriorated severely on all fronts. The British advance through Palestine and Mesopotamia, the economic exhaustion caused by 4 years of warfare, the collapse of German and Austro-Hungarian resistance on the European fronts, and the demoralization of the Ottoman army all converged in the autumn of 1918. The Ottoman government, recognizing the situation, signed the Armistice of Mudros with Britain on October 30, 1918, ending the war. The terms were severe. The straits were opened to Allied warships. Ottoman forces were demobilized, and the Allies reserved the right to occupy any territory they deemed strategically necessary. In the weeks following the armistice, Allied warships entered the Bosphorus. Allied forces occupied Constantinople, and the Cup leadership fled the country aboard a German submarine. Talat Pasha, Enver Pasha, and Semel Pasha went into exile, where all three would be killed in subsequent years. Talat shot in Berlin in 1921 by an Armenian survivor as part of an organized campaign of assassination known as Operation Nemesis, the others killed in other circumstances. The empire's wartime leadership had destroyed the empire and then abandoned it. The Ottoman government that emerged in the immediate post-war period under the Sultan Mehmed VI, who had come to the throne in 1918 after the death of his brother Mehmed V, was operating under Allied occupation, with Allied high commissioners exerting enormous influence in Constantinople and Allied forces controlling key positions. Military tribunals were established that tried and convicted various wartime leaders for crimes including the Armenian deportations, with several death sentences handed down, though many of the convicted were already in exile. Mehmed VI sought to accommodate the Allied powers, hoping that cooperation would produce a peace settlement that preserved at least the core of the empire. The Paris Peace Conference of 1919 and the negotiations that followed produced the Treaty of Sèvres in August 1920, whose terms were far more severe than what the Ottoman government had expected or hoped. Under Sèvres, the empire would be reduced to a small rump in central Anatolia and a portion of Thrace. The remaining territory was to be partitioned between Greek, Armenian, French, Italian, and British spheres of control. A large Greek sphere in western Anatolia reflected the ambitions of the Greek Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos and the British support for his project of expanding Greek territory. An Armenian state was to be established in eastern Anatolia. French zones covered Cilicia and portions of southeastern Anatolia. Italian zones covered the southwest. British influence covered the southeast. The straits were to be internationalized under Allied control. What remained would be a barely functional state with no strategic depth and no serious sovereignty. The Treaty of Sèvres was never implemented because a military and political movement in Anatolia was organizing to resist it. Mustafa Kemal, the officer who had distinguished himself at Gallipoli and in subsequent campaigns, and who had served as an army commander in the Syrian theater before the armistice, had arrived in Anatolia in May 1919 in an official capacity, ostensibly to demobilize the Ottoman forces in the region. Instead, he began organizing a resistance movement. His assessment was that the Ottoman imperial government in Constantinople, operating under Allied occupation and willing to sign away Anatolia in the hope of preserving a residual sovereignty, had forfeited its legitimacy, and that the survival of an independent Turkish state in Anatolia required organized political and military resistance to the partition envisioned at Paris and Sèvres. The circumstances of 1919 were propitious for this project in ways that might not have been anticipated. The Anatolian population had suffered enormously during the war, through military casualties, disease, famine, forced labor, and economic disruption, but it retained significant military manpower in the form of surviving soldiers, officers, and armed irregular groups. The Greek landing at Izmir in May 1919, which was accompanied by violence against the Turkish population of the city and its hinterland, created an immediate and visceral rally point for resistance. The perception that Anatolia itself, the heartland of the Ottoman and Turkish world, the territory that had been Turkish Muslim since the Seljuks arrived in the 11th century, was to be partitioned among foreign powers and Greek settlers, galvanized an opposition that cut across class and regional differences. Mustafa Kemal organized a series of congresses at Erzurum in July 1919 and at Sivas in September 1919 that brought together representatives of the resistance movement from across Anatolia and produced agreed political principles: the rejection of the partition, the assertion of national sovereignty within the armistice lines, and the commitment to defend these positions militarily. These congresses established the institutional basis for what became the Grand National Assembly, which first met in Ankara, chosen as the capital of the resistance movement precisely because it was distant from Allied-controlled Constantinople, in April 1920. The Grand National Assembly declared itself the legitimate government of Turkey, challenged the authority of the Ottoman imperial government in Constantinople, and organized the military campaigns of the Turkish War of Independence. These campaigns were fought on multiple fronts. In the east, Turkish nationalist forces confronted an Armenian state that had been established with international support in the Caucasus. A campaign in 1920 resulted in the defeat of the Armenian army and the Treaty of Kars, which established the eastern border of Turkey and effectively ended Armenian territorial claims in eastern Anatolia. In the south and southeast, Turkish nationalist forces engaged French forces in Cilicia, conducting a guerrilla campaign that eventually persuaded France to negotiate and withdraw from the region under the Franklin-Bayonne Agreement of 1921. The central and most difficult military campaign was in the west, against the Greek army that had expanded its operations from Izmir deep into Anatolia. The Greek forces were better armed and initially more effectively organized than the Turkish nationalist army, and they advanced significant distances into Anatolian territory in 1921. At the Battle of the Sakarya River in August and September 1921, the Turkish Nationalist Army under Mustafa Kemal's personal command halted the Greek advance in a prolonged engagement that lasted 3 weeks. The battle marked the turning point of the Western Campaign. The following year, a major Turkish offensive beginning in August 1922 broke through the Greek lines, advancing rapidly and driving the Greek army back toward the Aegean coast. The Greek army collapsed. Izmir was reached, and the Greek and Armenian populations of the city and the surrounding region experienced a catastrophic displacement as the Turkish advance arrived. The military collapse of the Greek campaign in Anatolia confronted Britain, which had been the primary European supporter of the Greek venture, with a difficult situation. British forces at the Chanak position on the Dardanelles briefly faced the possibility of a military confrontation with the advancing Turkish nationalist army in September 1922, a crisis that was resolved through negotiation. The Armistice of Medanya in October 1922 ended the military hostilities and established the framework for a peace settlement. In November 1922, the Grand National Assembly in Ankara took the step of formally separating the Sultanate from the Caliphate and abolishing the Sultanate. The Ottoman dynasty had held both offices, temporal rule and religious symbolic leadership, for centuries, and the separation and abolition of the Sultanate ended the political authority of the dynasty. Mehmed VI, the last Ottoman Sultan, left Constantinople on a British warship on November 17, 1922, ending 6¼ centuries of Ottoman dynastic rule that had begun when Osman first consolidated his small principality on the Byzantine frontier in the late 13th century. The caliphate was transferred briefly to Abdulmajid II, Mehmed VI's cousin, who held the religious office without temporal power for a year and a half before the Grand National Assembly abolished the caliphate, as well in March 1924, ending any formal institutional connection between the Turkish state and the Ottoman religious tradition. The peace settlement was concluded at the Treaty of Lausanne in July 1923, negotiated by Ismet Pasha, Mustafa Kemal's chief general and closest political ally. Over the course of several months of difficult negotiations with Britain, France, Greece, Italy, and the other parties. The Treaty of Lausanne replaced the Treaty of Sèvres and established the borders of the modern Turkish state on terms that the Turkish negotiators could accept. In Anatolia and eastern Thrace under Turkish sovereignty, international control of the straits replaced by a regulated regime, and a population exchange between Greece and Turkey that transferred Greek Orthodox Christians from Anatolia to Greece and Muslims from Greece to Turkey. The population exchange, affecting over 1 million people in total, was one of the largest forced movements of civilian populations in modern history to that point, and it produced enormous human suffering even as it resolved, through separation, the intermingled population geography that had made peaceful coexistence between Greek and Turkish communities so difficult in the final years. The Republic of Turkey was proclaimed on October 29, 1923. Mustafa Kemal was elected its first president by the Grand National Assembly. Ankara, the city that had been the administrative center of the resistance movement, became the capital of the new state, deliberately replacing Constantinople, renamed Istanbul, as the seat of government, a choice that symbolized the break with the Ottoman imperial order and the assertion of a new Anatolian and specifically Turkish national identity. The Ottoman Empire had been a state that emerged from the particular conditions of the late 13th century Anatolian frontier, a zone of dissolving power, religious enthusiasm, military opportunity, and ethnic and cultural mixing, and had grown through a combination of military effectiveness, administrative innovation, religious legitimacy, and the exploitation of the weaknesses of its neighbors into a state that, at its height, encompassed more than 30 modern countries and governed a population of dozens of millions spread across 3 continents. It had lasted, in one form or another, for more than 600 years. It had outlasted the Byzantine Empire whose frontiers it had first pressed, the Mamluk Sultanate whose territories it had absorbed, the Safavid dynasty whose power it had contested, the Venetian Empire whose maritime dominance it had challenged. It had been contemporary with the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, the Enlightenment, the age of European overseas expansion, the Industrial Revolution, and the emergence of the modern nation-state. What ended the empire was not any single cause, but the convergence of long-developing structural pressures with the specific catastrophe of a world war the empire entered on the losing side. The military technology gap that had been visible since the late 17th century, the fiscal challenges of governing a vast and diverse empire with instruments that were not keeping pace with European state capacity, the force of nationalism in an age when the principle of national self-determination was reshaping the political map of the world. All of these were real and serious challenges. The reform efforts of the Tanzimat era and of Abdulhamid's reign and of the Young Turks had been genuine attempts to address them, producing real achievements in infrastructure, education, legal reform, and military organization alongside the tensions and failures that every reform program generates. The republic that emerged from the empire's final crisis was built on a deliberately reduced foundation, not the multi-ethnic, multi-religious imperial order of the Ottomans, but a specifically Turkish national state, drawing on the Anatolian heartland and on the Turkish Muslim majority as the basis of its identity and legitimacy. The transformation was profound, and the human costs of the transition, in the Armenian genocide, in the Greek-Turkish war and population exchange, in the displacement of other communities, were enormous. What emerged was a state that had shed the territorial and institutional inheritance of the empire and was beginning, under Mustafa Kemal's direction, to construct a new kind of political and cultural order from what remained.